video to come on. There we go. All right. All right. Welcome, everyone, to our January 14th land use meeting. We got a busy but hopefully efficient schedule today. We're going to start, as we always do, with the invocation and the pledge. Today's invocation is going to be led by Pastor Mark Gibbons of Mill Creek Baptist Church. Please rise if you're able. Thank you.
Father, today we want to lift up our leaders to you. Father, we pray today that you would give them your wisdom. Father, we ask that you would lead them in making the right decisions to do what's best for this community and to serve these people. Father, I pray for a spirit of oneness, and I pray for a spirit of unity, and give them an understanding that ultimately, Father, you are in control. For we pray all this in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May I be seated? Ms. Knapp, are there any updates to the agenda?
Good morning, Commissioners. The updates were published yesterday, and since that time, we've had an additional public comment regarding item number 12, Riverfront PDMU, and it's laying on the dais in front of you. This concludes the changes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And before we get started, because I forgot last week, and if I wait, I'm going to forget again this week, every year we change over the makeup of the board relative to the chairmanship. And last year, we had Commissioner Mike Ron as our chair, and he did a great job leading us through a year. Every other year, it's always a little bit more interesting as a result of elections. But Commissioner Ron did a great job, and so I just wanted to recognize him with this plaque and a thank you from this board and the previous board for your service last year for Manatee County.
Thank you, Chair.
We're so used to photo ops that we stopped to take a picture and realized there's no camera whatsoever taking a picture of us right here. So if anyone who got that picture on their phone, you can send it to Facebook or something. But thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to you continuing on as chair of our Port Authority this year.
Thank you, sir.
I will now move, I don't think I have any. Over to consent. There's only one item. Does anyone want to pull the one item off of consent? Seeing no one, I will close. I will open up public comment for the one item on consent. Is there anyone in the public who wants to speak on the one item, which is the denial application for the Shiro Lakewood Ranch Real Estate LLC rezone? Seeing no one in the room, is there anyone on the phones?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, I will close public comment, and I will entertain motions to approve consent.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Ron, a second by Commissioner Sadiq. If there are no further comments, you can cast your votes now. You can't abstain, sir.
I didn't abstain.
You did abstain.
I don't know how I
Are you
abstained.
calling my computer a liar?
I'm calling, sometimes our computers are
All right,
incorrect.
it was approved unanimously, 7-0, in spite of Commissioner Ron's. It's technically possible. Okay, I will now move to public comment for future agenda items. It's not up on my thing. Oh, here we go. We have two people on here. Lauren Morgan. Is there a Lauren Morgan? Oh, there you are. Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lauren Morgan. I'm a resident of Parrish and a working mother. I'm here today to support Mr. Luby and Lacey Perry, who have been working tirelessly to open a daycare center, Little Oaks Daycare Center in Palmetto. Childcare in our area is in crisis. To put this into perspective, I have been on a daycare wait list since the day my son was discharged from the NICU. And fast forward, he's 19 months old today. and I am still on that wait list. This experience is not unique to me. Parish is growing, as you all know, and yet we are woefully underserved when it comes to childcare options. Parents like me are being forced to make impossible choices between our career and the well-being of our children. For many, the lack of accessible childcare isn't just an inconvenience, but it is a barrier to economic participation. Little Oaks Daycare represents an opportunity to address that critical need, and I urge you to prioritize the needs of working parents and their children to remove these unnecessary barriers and allow this project to move forward without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have Captain Thomas Carter.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The federal law that protects the project in Creekwood is Missouri versus Holland. And that's all about the environment and all the trees and that you want to cut down. So the facts of the project is no vast amount of traffic and no accidents. Financial cost of the parcels that were never notified. Traffic flow is given to SR 70. Creekwood Boulevard is given less traffic. With that, you're never going to do anything unless you get more time on your traffic light. The roundabout accidents are happening now that they're actually killing children, drivers, and passengers. Regulatory taking expands the cost of the project due to the failure of the county to contact the parcel owners. We've been advised that the county will try again in FY28 to bring this project back. I would ask the county to please contact the parcel owners about this project. I also ask the county to complete an economic impact report. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I'm off. Thank you, Captain Carter. Is there anyone else in the public? Mr. Libby, would you like to speak? Please state your name and county of residence.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Tom Luby. I'm a 15-year resident of Manatee County. I own a property on 69th Street and Buffalo Road in the corner. And together with my operator, Lacey Perry, we're trying to open a Christian-based daycare center and early learning center. We've been working on this project for a little bit more than a year with the kind help of Commissioner Amanda Ballard and others, Denise Greer, supervisor, but the amount of red tape is basically insurmountable. Every time another month goes by, another issue and issues are answered, they keep moving the goalposts and other issues pop up, and some of them are unattainable. We've submitted, my engineer has submitted plans and has submitted design exceptions, 2 design exceptions, and we just hope that we can energize this project and answer the needs of the community, which is more daycare. And we realize it's a busy intersection. We were hoping to plead with the commissioners to try to reduce the speed there. Now, Buffalo Road crosses 69th Street East, and the speed limit there is 30 miles an hour. 69th Street East, the speed limit is 40, and there's a new light. It's been about a year and a half. The light has been at that intersection. And that area is growing tremendously. There's a huge apartment complex, I think it's called Travesta, that just came up. There's shopping centers. We want to keep the area safe. That's the first concern. The other is our children. And if the commissioners could think about reducing the speed on 69th Street, just around that intersection, approaching, on both sides for maybe a mile on both sides, it would go a long way in making that a safer intersection and help support our project, which is a Christian daycare center. And I also have the operator here who has more statistics on the need for daycare if the commissioners would like to hear her. I think there may be other parents here, I'm not sure. I don't want to take too much of your time. I know you're all very busy people, but I implore you to please give this serious consideration and help us and help Denise Greer help us move this forward. Do you have any questions for me, commissioners?
We don't do questions during this,
I-
but you know where to reach
Apologize.
us, so.
Apologize.
We'll talk, and Commissioner Ballard's on the board when everyone's done talking, so I'm sure this will come up.
Thank you all very much for your time. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Libby. Anyone else like to give public comment?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Lacey Perry. Like Tom said, I'm the operator of hopefully Little Oaks Learning Center coming up soon. I'm also a resident of Manatee County. I live in Palmetto, 3 kids. As a small business owner and a working mother and a member of the community, I am just asking you guys to please help facilitate this, help push along this Little Oaks Learning Center. We have complied with almost every single thing that they have asked Manatee County. It seems like every time we turn in what they ask us to, they're like, okay, here's 20 more issues we have. We do those, 20 more issues. It's been going on for a year and a half. Our area is suffering with the need of childcare. It's very crucial. Families are waiting months, years to have their kids just put in something. They're having to choose their careers or their children. And that's not something, being a mother is already hard enough. That's not something that we should also have to choose to do. We are flooded with wait lists, 160 kids in this wait list, and I'm not even open. If that tells you like the need of the area that we have, there's no daycares even in our area. If you go the Erie side, Palmetto Parish, not a single daycare, not one. There's Growing Hands, which is actually a center that's across the street from 69th, where we're hoping to be open. 2 years. They've been open for 4 or 5 months, 2-year waiting list already. It's bad. The messages that I get, if you guys could see every day from these parents just begging, please, what can you do? Are you guys open yet? Because I've posted a year ago that we were opening a daycare on Facebook. That's kind of how it blew up, just to get the community's feedback on, is this a good spot? Do parents drive by this on their way to work every day? But yeah, I'm basically just asking and hoping that you guys can help kind of push this along, this project, look at everything we've turned in and see if there's anything else that we could do to better the project. Of course, they've asked lowering the speed limit would help tremendously to make it more of a safe environment. Again, there is a daycare already across the street. Their setbacks are a little further than ours, but I just think that if there's a way that they could do it, there's probably a way that we could do it. And of course, we are opening 2 more, so we have 3 actually in the works. We've leased 2 more spots of land. Both of those other 2 are right off of Moccasin Wallow, where there's thousands of homes being built, and that just means at least a few hundred more kids. And a few hundred more kids that are probably between the ages of 1 to 5. Our main concern also is VPK, which is school-age kids. VPK is offered in some public schools, but they're full within the first week. That's another thing that we'll offer. So I just hope that you guys care about the future of the children of Manatee County and that we can get this going. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other public comments? Please state your name.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Eric Summers. I am also a member of the team trying to open the daycare. I am actually Lacey Perry's dad, and I try in any way I can to help them. But as Mr. Luby alluded to, it seems like the goalpost keeps getting moved. Every time we comply with something from the county, something new comes up. Well, this might happen or that might happen. They might turn left, they might turn right. It seems to me that rules shouldn't be based on what-ifs. They should be based in what the rules actually say. There are 2 exceptions that we're looking for. One is a design exception for de-spacing. We are 3 feet from what the DOT reg says. And just in my drive in here, there are several businesses that are situated similar to ours, that are closer to intersections than ours, and yet there they sit. But our name isn't Circle K or 7-Eleven. We're also looking for exception on DE on a turn lane. If we can get these traffic issues done, then we can build a really nice, safe, and affordable daycare. I did a quick Google search this morning. There are thousands of new homes being built in Parish that are priced for young families that have kids. Kids need places to go. Lacey said there's over 150 on the waiting list. That's just today. That list will be bigger by tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the room for public comment?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Randy Banger. I'm a lifelong resident of Manatee County. I'm here on part of Lacey Perry and Little Oaks Daycare. With the amount of growing that this community has seen over the years and that I've seen in my lifetime, we need more daycares. We need to be able to have a safe place for our kids to go to. And what they are trying to do and provide us with more daycares is what this county needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I'll go to the phones. Is there anyone on the phone?
We have one caller with their hand raised ending in 454.
She should just come in. Go ahead, Charlie.
Charlie Gow, Manatee County. I was really encouraged to hear how much support there was for the repeal of policy 2.1.2.8, but I'm kind of disappointed to not see it on any agendas yet. Please make that happen quickly. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Any other callers?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right. If there are no other public comments, I will close public comment, and we have now 3 people on the board. So Commissioner Ballard.
Yes, I just wanted to address the situation with Little Oaks Daycare. My understanding in talking with staff is that there are issues that staff is not able to override or to approve. So this is something that would need to come before the board for a vote in order to approve the things that would need to happen to get this daycare up and running. Is that correct, Denise?
Denise Greer for staff. The only thing that we can't approve by design exception through the Public Works folks is the speed limit change. And this location is on 69th Street East, just to the west of Buffalo Road. And Mr. Luby is correct. A stoplight recently went in there. If you can imagine this location, you come over the interstate on 69th, and you're there. You're at the stop sign, or at the stoplight. And Mr. Luby is one of the nicest applicants we've ever had. I'll just say that. He is very patient with us, and we have been trying to help him, but there are safety concerns. Typically, mothers and fathers are dropping off their kids during, the most busiest time in the mornings. And we're just concerned about some of them pulling out, wanting to go east when they really can't go east. Their driveway is only 122 feet from the edge of Buffalo Road. That does not meet our standards for this type of an application. So we have been working with them, but the speed limit is the one item that we cannot override and that you would need to, vote on reducing the speed limit. This is a thoroughfare. And as you know, we don't like to have varying speed limits on thoroughfares unless it's absolutely needed, so.
Okay. And so I will say that I am very sympathetic to the need for daycare in our community. I'm a working mom. I have 3 young kids that are in daycare, so I totally get it. And I will always advocate to, do what we can to assist daycares in getting up and running. I don't think it's appropriate to, try to ask the board for a vote today. I think we need to get all of the information in front of us. So I would ask that that maybe we put this on the next the next agenda where it makes sense, maybe the next land use meeting, so that we can get a full picture of what the issues are and if there's anything that the board can do to get this approved. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I don't understand, and help me with this, is that we talk about safety concerns. So projects aren't making it to us due to safety concerns. However, projects are making it to us that are on roads that are E and F level. Is that not a safety concern when it comes to 1,000 house development going in on roads such as Buckeye or Marcus and Wallow, but yet we're having issues with a small daycare that's gonna house, 100 kids? 35. This stuff is not making sense to me. It's not common sense to me. I don't understand how we can continue to keep going on and say that these roads are safe to be on, these one-lane roads are safe to be on, and then we approve it. Those developments will get to us, but a small daycare won't. You understand where I'm frustrated at this? Nicole, Knapp, do you have any type of discussion in regards to this particular matter? Because I'm having issues with this.
Commissioner, they're two different matters, though. The items that come before you are because a public hearing is required, and we're dealing with transportation planning. This is an item that's administrative, correct, Denise? And so there are administrative thresholds that the staff is, through the LDC, the Land Development Code, allowed to approve. And if they don't meet certain standards, Denise has alluded to this, there's design criterias and exceptions that can be done. But again, there's limits on the design exceptions. So what you're hearing is kind of within their purview of a design exception and is not the same as the plan development large parcels that come to you.
And I would expect you to have that type of, answer for a question such as this. However, it doesn't make sense to me. We need to get this daycare up and running, and we need to get that so that we can vote on it ASAP. I'm not messing around anymore. Don't be telling me that there's a road that's unsafe when then you guys are bringing projects to me that have 1,000, 2,000 homes on Buckeye Road. Doesn't make sense. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just pulling this up on Google Maps, I think the only question I would really have, Commissioner Ballard addressed most of mine, and then Ms. Greer did as well. I'd just be more curious about the administrative thresholds. We want to see more of those happen, or at least previous boards have wanted to see those happen, just to speed things up and reduce the cost for good developments, reduce the cost of good development coming to the community, and then, of course, you get the large-scale efforts coming before us. So I'm definitely curious about what are opportunities we can look at to, and of course, I'll need to review those, and we'll have to as a board, but I'd be curious to see what staff's opinions are in the future. It doesn't have to be at the next meeting, but what are some of the gaps in our administrative approval process? What are the opportunities? I mean, the speed limit threshold, I understand that makes sense, but I'd be curious if there were other challenges along the way, not just for this particular development, but in general. We have competent staff. I do want to make sure we're leveraging your skills and experience, but I also want to make sure we are not putting applicants through a very lengthy process that adds cost. I mean, the daycare operation seems pretty small, but think about the kinds of stuff we want to see, whether it's nice restaurants, gastropub, bar type places. Those places don't come here because it takes a long time to get through our process, something I'm finding as well. So I'll certainly be reviewing that in the future, but if there are opportunities to learn from this experience, I'd be curious, what are your thoughts? And then from the applicant as well, just reach out. Sorry I missed your voicemail yesterday, but reach out, let me know. I'd be curious what the experience is like and how can we improve the administrative approval process? Because I think it's a great opportunity for economic development to happen in this community if we can get that process right. Maybe we just need to adjust some of the thresholds, but that's how a lot of great cities have been at least in the state of Florida, a lot of counties have been able to see good development from happening and prevent bad development from tearing apart our roads with traffic. So anyways, I just want to learn from what's worked well and what has not worked well, and let's see what we can do to improve that. Thank you.
All right, yeah, thank you, everyone. The way to fix it is to change the rules. I mean, at the end of the day, the administrative approval process is kind of at your discretion. I mean, staff does not have the same subjectivity that we do on this dais. They're adhering to what's in the land development code and what's in the policies and procedures that are set by prior boards. You're now on this board. I've been banging the drum about overregulation for 4 straight years now, and this is just one more example of it, where we have so many setbacks and buffers and rules and requirements, and then when staff has to do it, they don't have the subjectivity just to ignore what a prior board put in place. We're in the process of rewriting this. I think it needs to be much smaller. That's why I've pushed for, easing up on things like lot sizes and other things. If the only solution is lowering the speed limit, that's a little tough because you're lowering the speed limit for an entire road for one project. I don't want to get into that. That said, I'll make every road in town 35 miles an hour if I could. I think I voted against every speed limit increase that's coming before us. But there's got to be a better way than meaningfully adjusting it. And you can't just willy-nilly change speed limits. We have traffic count studies and all kinds of stuff. There's a process to changing a speed limit. It's not just on the fly. If that's the route we go, that's a route the board can discuss. But what I'd ask is if you can just reach out to us. I don't know all the specifics. I did have a brief conversation with Mr. Willoughby, just to understand what are the holdups more specifically and what are the options? Is the only option the speed limit, or are there some other options so we can kind of at least all get on the same page like Commissioner Ballard is and see if we can come up with a good solution, because daycares are something that we're in very short supply of, and I'd hate to see a situation where we lose an opportunity not just for one but for someone who's in good faith trying to build 3 over a small technicality if we're really talking about 36 inches worth of buffer, and that's my walkout music. So,
Mr. Chair, at some point, I have one little comment.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, I just wanted to caution the board, if this is something that has to be administratively approved, it's got to get through the process first. If it's denied, it's appealable to the board. Any interpretation of the codes is appealable to the board. So the applicant just got to get to the end of it. But we can't vote on your speed limit issue.
Why would I subject any applicant to drag themselves through an inevitable process just to wait for the time to spend more money and more time to appeal some board if we can nip that in the bud now? Why do we have to go through this entire process just to deny something that apparently is going to be denied based upon something that this board can proactively fix now and save them time and money and get this open sooner?
Well, I don't know any of the facts of the case.
Well,
But I'm
neither
just
do I.
saying-
That's why I
but
asked for a briefing
Ms. Knapp
before I
has said
just
that
speak.
it's administratively approved. Yeah, I know the objection that any briefings any board member wants to have. But if it's administratively approved, the board doesn't have jurisdiction to hear the approval until they act on it,
Fair enough.
just procedurally.
All right. When we have a chance, we'll find a time just to, so you can update me. I don't have the specifics.
Okay. Did we receive any marching orders? Do you want us to proceed with?
Well, it sounds like I apologize, Chair, am I recognized?
No, by all means.
I suppose we can't take it up until you approve, well, we can't take it up unless you deny it, right? Is that?
Except for the speed limit, that's an ordinance
Okay.
modification that you would either approve or deny.
Yeah, there's no marching orders today, Denise.
Okay.
I understand of.
Well, I don't want this to fall off the radar. I would like to see it addressed as quickly and expeditiously as possible. So I don't know if the appropriate thing is to address the speed limit outside of understanding whether or not this is going to potentially be administratively approved or denied. I really would like to know maybe more, maybe you should just go through the process, deny it or approve it, and then we can go from there. How quickly can that be done?
I guess we could deny it today, but, we have really worked with them. I know that it sounds like we haven't, but we have given them some leeway on their landscaping. We've given them suggestions on what could get
Denise,
staff
excuse me,
comfortable.
we can't hear this testimony today. It's quasi-judicial, it's under oath. we
It's
have,
not.
we
That's
can't
not
get the design
quasi-judicial.
details.
It's
not-
quasi-judicial, it's administrative approval.
No, it's quasi-judicial.
No, it's,
No, it's not.
It's a site-specific development approval, it's quasi-judicial. And we can't get in the details of the design today.
Okay.
It has to get through the process and then
Okay.
proceed, right?
Ms. Knapp, did you have something to add to this?
yes, I was just waiting to be recognized so I could say, might suggest we just give you all a briefing summary of what's transpired with the case, what we have been able to assist with, the hurdles we can't get past, and options to get past them, and then we can bring it back before you if necessary.
Right. Can you do that in a manner where we can ensure that something is up for discussion at the next land use meeting? That's not till February sometime, there's a few weeks.
If necessary, yeah. What I'm saying is we may not need to get to that. I mean, this is being brought up with any of us not being able to communicate here today.
Okay, let's plan on having something on the next land use meeting. Let's brief everyone first and see if we can come up with a good solution to help Mr. Luby and his team along. Yeah, we closed public comment, sorry. You can reach out after. I'm sure everyone up here will be willing to speak to you. We're trying to do a fact-finding mission. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm
you good?
sorry to interrupt. We have to be careful on ex parte communications. This is quasi-judicial. If the board does hear an appeal, or,
Oh, my word. Okay,
I know you said
Okay.
that the applicant speak with you. I don't want to create
we're
an
good.
error in the record.
thank you. Appreciate that. All right, any further comments on anything from the public comment? Seemingly specific to this, but anything? No? Okay, we will then move on to advertised public hearings. Thank you all for coming. We are going to work on this, so hopefully you hear back soon. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, we're going to move on to advertised public hearings. This is presentations upon request. While the first one is legislative, most of them are quasi-judicial. So before we even get started, will you swear everybody in? If you think you may speak at any point in time today on any item, please get sworn in. Thank you. Thank you. And we're going to go to number 17. Ms. Knapp?
Item number 17 is adoption of Resolution 25003 regarding the infrastructure sales tax to add one project and remove one project to the Parks and Community Facilities category, environmental preserves and boat ramps, and adoption of a budget amendment, Resolution B 25027.
All right, this is a presentation upon request. This is just moving money from a boat ramp we're not building to a boat ramp we are building. Does anyone need a presentation on this? You, Commissioner Sadiq, the new boat ramp guy, do you?
All right, now you read into the record. For the record, he's the animal shelter commissioner.
I admit that.
I don't need a hearing. This is straightforward. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay,
Thank you.
I was just joking. All right, we do not need a presentation, but I will open this up for public comment. Is there anyone in the public who wants to speak on this? You had me there for a minute, Bob. Anyone on the phone want to speak on this item?
No, thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I will close public comment. If there's no commissioner comments, I will entertain a motion. There's been a motion made by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner McCann. You can cast your votes now. And that motion is approved unanimously, 7-0. Moving on to number 2, also presentation upon request. Ms. Knapp.
Item number 2 is Z 2417, Golf Course Road 5-acre rezone. This is a rezone of approximately 5.13 acres, generally located on the south side of Golf Course Road, approximately 1 mile east of Fort Hammer Road and approximately 0.36 miles west of Spencer Parish Road. Rezoning from A, General Agricultural, to A1, Agriculture Suburban Zoning District, and your staff presenter, should you need one, is CJ Mills.
All right, yeah. Does anyone need a presentation on this item? All right, seeing none. Anyone have any comments? Otherwise, I will go to the public. No? All right, I will open this up for public comment. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing no one in the chambers, is there anyone on the phone?
No hands raised, Mr. Chair.
All right then. Oh, wait, technically this is quasi-judicial. Has there been any ex parte communication on this one?
No.
No? All right, perfect. Okay, I will close public comment. If there are no comments from the board, I will entertain a motion. Someone? Motion has been made by Commissioner Ballard, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. You can cast your votes now. And that motion is approved unanimously, 7-0. Moving on to item number 3, also presentation upon request. Ms. Knapp, are we opening these
Yes.
3 and 4 together?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Item number 3 is ordinance 2509, formerly known as 2490, Shorter Manatee, Inc. And that's a rendering an amended and restated development order which supersedes ordinance 1705 on an application approved filed by Shorter Manatee for Cypress Banks Development of Regional Impact, also known as DRI 17, to approve the following changes to the master development plan, which is map H, and the development order. First is to designate a 5-acre portion of the open space zone PDMU and located south of State Road 70 east of Lorraine as a commercial tract, which will be known as parcel 89. The second is to increase commercial entitlements by 50,000 square feet to be allocated to the new commercial tract. 3 is to amend map H and the development order to reflect these changes. And 4 is to update phasing and build-out dates to reflect previously granted legislative extensions. And then the companion ordinance number 4 is Z 8630G revision 17, same project, amended and restated zoning ordinance number Z 8630GR 16 as amended to amend the general development plan, also known as map H, to designate the same 5 acres to increase the same square foot of commercial uses allocated on parcel 89, and to update the phasing build-outs to reflect previously granted legislative extensions, all on the same subject site, University Lakes DRI.
Thank you. And has there been any ex parte communication on this one?
No, there hasn't.
All right. Does anyone want a presentation on this item?
I
You're on the
have a
board. Do
question.
you just want to speak, or do you want a presentation?
I want a presentation if I need it. What I'm asking here now is, are we actually approving these amendments to take place now on this ordinance? Is that what happens, or does this ordinance come back for approval?
These are adoption hearings, action today, and they're 2 separate actions because they're 2 separate items.
What I'm asking is, would we actually be making the approval for those changes today?
Correct.
Okay, I'd like a presentation.
All right. Who is here for the applicant? Mr. Grimes?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Kyle Grimes, I'm an attorney with the law firm of Grimes Galvano here in Manatee County, and I have been sworn. Here today on behalf of the applicant, Casto Net Lease Properties LLC. And as Ms. Knapp said, we're here on 2 concurrent applications, one to amend the Cypress Banks DRI development order, and the other the associated zoning ordinance and GDP. And the reason for those amendments are, as Ms. Knapp said, it's to expand an existing commercial area, as well as add 50,000 square feet of commercial to the overall DRI. With me today, we have Mr. Dan Moyer, our VP of Development with Casto, as well as our consultant team that'll be available if there's any specific questions when we wrap up this presentation. I will have Rhea Hunter come up to give some of the details of the application, but I just wanted to give a little background and some context as to what has brought us here today. The Cypress Banks DRI is one of the older large project DRIs in Manatee County, originally approved back in 1989. There have been periodic amendments over the years to address changes in circumstances to meet the demands of the residents in the area, and that's what has brought us here today. Cypress Banks is one of the several developments that make up the greater Lakewood Ranch community. And as we've seen over the years, Lakewood Ranch, Schrader Manatee Ranch, the master developer, has done many things to make the Lakewood Ranch community as successful as it is. And a few things have come to mind that relate to the project we're talking about today. And that is one, looking at the fact that these are long-term master plan developments and making those changes over the years, looking at what the residents need and making adjustments as time goes on. This development's over 30 years old, so things are a little different than they were in 1989. The next is something we've talked about a lot lately at these board meetings, and that's doing a lot of planning and putting a significant amount of investment in upfront infrastructure throughout the ranch. And we've seen that through the SMR's utilization of the stewardship district to build these thoroughfares across Lakewood Ranch. And then the last one is the planning, the land use planning of these individual projects. And that includes putting commercial uses in areas that they feel are the most appropriate, putting generally at the intersection of these thoroughfares with some exceptions out in this area. And putting them where they make sense, where there's high accessibility, and in locations spread through the ranch that allow its residents to not have to travel as far to go to restaurants, to go to shopping centers, to go grocery shopping. And that's exactly what we have with this project. So the development project that we're proposing today is outlined there in yellow, and it's located at the Lorraine Corners existing commercial center. It's well established. There's a lot of good uses there. It's very successful. We have the Publix on the northeast corner. There's various restaurants, gas stations, Peace River Electric's there. There's some daycare schools there. And on the subject parcel, and you can kind of see it there on the west side, on the left side, it's been historically used for a sales office for the retail sale of homes in the adjoining neighborhoods, and it's no longer needed. And so that's been used pursuant to a temporary use permit, but those trailers are leaving. And so Schrader Manatee Ranch has seen an opportunity to sort of expand the existing commercial in that area, provide some additional options for the nearby residents. And they're looking at it in an area, again, that makes sense. It's got the existing infrastructure. We have the roadway networks, utilities. The adjacent uses are compatible with what would ultimately be going in there. And we feel it's an appropriate location to expand the commercial. It's already zoned in the mixed use. It's part of this project. We're looking to just expand what has already been designated as commercial to allow for a few more uses. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rhea to go through some of the specifics of the plan, if you'd like to see all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Rhea Hunter with RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture. I have been sworn. So the Cypress Banks project, this is a large planned development and also a DRI. The project is a mixed-use community that spans over 4,000 acres in size. As you can see, it is just south of State Road 70 and occupies both quadrants on either side of Lorraine Road. The original approval, as Kyle mentioned, was in 1989, so it's almost 3 decades old. There have been several amendments over the years, and a majority of this project is built out. So today, our amendment request is to add this new commercial tract to the Cypress Banks project. This commercial tract will be known as Parcel 89. We're also requesting to increase commercial entitlements by 50,000 square feet. I want to note here that with this increase in commercial entitlements, the total FAR for the project is 0.15. Based on the future land uses across the project, you could be allowed anywhere between 0.23 to 1.0 FAR. Specifically, this site sits in the ROR, future land use, and it is within an activity node. So that would permit a 1.0 FAR on the property. Again, a portion of the property is part of an existing commercial tract. The remainder of it was designated as open space and preservation. With this amendment, the resulting open space is 48.9%, which far exceeds the 35% open space that is required. The goal of this project is to provide retail and service opportunities to residential areas in close proximity. There's been significant growth along the State Road 70 corridor, and this would provide residents an opportunity to access services without having to drive several miles. The other important point to note is that this site is naturally buffered from existing residential areas. You can see there to the east, there is a large lake, which will continue to remain there. And further to the south are preserved wetlands, which again will be continued to be preserved. As you can see again, the residential is over 200 feet away from the proposed site. So walking through the amendments to the map specifically, on the screen before you is the current and the proposed GDP, where we are adding the new commercial tract. We're proposing a similar amendment to the DRI map H. Again, you can see commercial tract 89 on the screen before you. In terms of our development proposal for this parcel, it is going to be developed very consistent with what is already existing within Cypress Banks for commercial development. There is going to be access to State Road 70 and Arbor Green Trail, which is to the west. Perimeter buffering as well as setbacks will be provided consistent with the LDC. There are on-site wetlands to the south, and those are going to be preserved with 50-foot wide upland buffers. All uses, as I mentioned again, are consistent with what is currently permitted in Cypress Banks. We are not requesting for any additional uses. However, we are excluding specifically a supermarket or grocery store use. And this is something that's being done in order to mitigate excessive trip generation from this project. Coming to transportation, State Road 70 is an arterial roadway. We've done a detailed traffic study and have found that there is sufficient capacity and level of service on both State Road 70 as well as Lorraine Road to serve the site. I also want to note here, just adjacent to the site, there is widening of State Road 70 that is ongoing. It is being widened from 2 lanes to 6 lanes, and that widening is going to continue until Greenbrook Boulevard. From there on until Burnside Boulevard, it is going to be widened to 4 lanes. And the estimated completion of this project is 2027. We will also be doing detailed studies to understand the operational operations of the turn lanes and so on at FSP for the project. There are other public facilities also available readily to serve the site as it is largely an infill site. Utilities are available through Manatee County as well as the Braden River utilities for reclaimed water. There's available capacity and there are lines adjacent to the property. Fire and EMS services are also available through Manatee County. In terms of consistency with the comprehensive plan, as I mentioned, it is in the ROR future land use district and is consistent with the intent and the intensity limits of that future land use district. Besides that, this project will meet several goals of the comprehensive plan, including adding development in areas which is served by public facilities, as well as providing commercial uses in an area which is developed with residential uses and in suitable commercial nodes. So in conclusion, the proposed project is consistent and compatible with the surrounding land use pattern. There is available infrastructure in this area to support this project. The site plan has been planned strategically, especially with the wetlands with 50-foot upland buffers in order to be sensitive to the environment. It is consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and the Land Development Code. It was also heard by the Planning Commission at their November hearing, and they unanimously recommended approval of this project. So with that, we respectfully request for this board's approval of the project, and my team and I are here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Anyone on the board have a question for the applicant?
Mr. Chair, I have a question when the commissioners are done.
Oh. Do you have a question? Yeah. You don't have to put yourself on. Go ahead.
In that area there, you're going to stay 50 feet away from the wetlands. Your construction isn't going to touch the wetlands in any way. Is that correct?
Yes, that is
Is there
correct.
any endangered species in there?
And I can bring up our environmental consultant, but I don't believe there are. Again, it's in between a lot of development. We've done, a study to, survey the endangered species. I don't believe there are, but I'll bring up our environmental consultant to talk to that.
Hi, I'm Liz Erdley with Stantec, senior ecologist, and I have been sworn. We did a site review back in 2023. We did do a preliminary search for utilization by listed species. We did not find any such evidence out there at the time.
Okay, and any permitting in that area, that any work would be done on the wetlands or anything to affect, who's doing that? Has this been looked at by DEP or by the Army Corps of Engineers or who?
Not yet. When they move forward with the development permitting, then yes, SwiftMud and/or Army Corps, if there's any waters of the U.S. impacts, that would be reviewed at that time.
Okay, and you're going to be using the Army Corps of Engineers because Florida has an order in place that says they have no jurisdiction over this. It's been vacated by Judge, Randy Moss.
If there are any federally jurisdictional wetlands or surface waters out there, then yes, that would go through the Army Corps. The state still regulates state jurisdictional wetlands and water. So when we submit for the ERP application for the stormwater management system, then SwiftMud would review those wetland lines to ensure that there are no impacts. But right now, as the site plan is, the preliminary site plan does not propose any impacts to wetlands, and it is affording the 50-foot buffer in accordance with the DRI.
One of my concerns is this has been amended so many times that it doesn't refer to current documents. And, you know, it talks about, you know, you're going to keep the 50-foot buffers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's from the old ordinance.
So the buffer requirement is from the old ordinance. The wetland lines I reviewed and field verified delineated the wetlands in 2023. So the lines that are shown on our plan are according to the current wetland lines, and the 50-foot buffer is off of the new wetland lines.
Okay, so the 50-foot buffer will stay in place.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a comment that this project was appropriate in that space. However, I'm just going to say that I don't believe it's appropriate until my roads are built. And so I won't approve this project. I know I got to vote on it today, but I won't approve this project until the spring of 2027 when my roads are developed and done. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can you phrase that in the form of a question to the applicant?
Wasn't a question.
Okay, I know, I'm
Just a
just
statement.
joking.
But I'm figuring we might as well get it over with now.
All right, if there are no other questions for the applicant, I will move on to.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question for the applicant. It just has to do with transportation. I thought I should ask the applicant first before staff. These are not vested trips, correct? You're creating new trips?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, move on to staff presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Laura Gonzalez with staff, and I have been sworn. I agree with the applicant presentation, and I would like to emphasize some aspects discussed in the staff report. This is a proposal that seeks approval for amendments to the development order and map H, as well as to the zoning ordinance and the general development plan to designate a 5-acre portion of the open space as a commercial tract known as Parcel 89, and increase commercial entitlements by 50,000 square feet to be allocated on the new commercial tract. This is the area and the location that the applicant already explained. This is the map of the future land use category. There are 3 future land use categories in the subject site, and the project site is within the ROR. The zoning is PDMU, and these are the current entitlements of the DRI, and the proposed, compared with the proposed entitlements. As you can see, there are no changes to the residential entitlements, and the commercial entitlement is proposed to be increased by 50,000 square feet. It's important to mention that the latest approval of the Cypress DRI in 2017 granted for the transfer of approximately 42,000 square feet of commercial to the adjacent University Lakes DRI. So the proposal today is only 8,000 additional square feet compared to the entitlement that was approved before 2017. This is map H and GDP as showing the proposed 89 parcel. Here we want to explain the impact of the proposed changes. The open space, the impact on open space is really minor since it goes from 49% to 48.9%. And the commercial entitlements, the floor area ratio goes from 0.13 to 0.15, and this is within the maximum floor area ratio that is allowed in the future land use categories. Based on the discussion of the staff report, we found this proposal that the location is appropriate in, along State Road 70, that is a thoroughfare, and the parcel is naturally buffered from residential uses. The impact on open space is minimal, as I mentioned. There are no impacts to wetlands, and the commercial proposal will reduce trip lengths by providing nearby commercial options to the residents. And also, the traffic study allows to identify an intersection that requires improvement to work as expected under background conditions. Negative aspect, the proposal could exacerbate deficient conditions at the Arbor Grain Trail at the Lorraine Road intersection until the intersection is improved. And as a mitigating factor, no supermarket or grocery store will be allowed on the new commercial parcel 86, which will limit the impact on traffic congestion. With the proposed stipulation, we find the request to be consistent with the policy of the comprehensive plan and the applicable requirement of the Land Development Code. Any question?
Yeah, if Commissioner McCann on the board.
Yes, could we go back to the slide before, and could you explain the negative aspects there? What does that actually mean so that the public can understand?
Yeah, I will defer this answer to transportation.
Good morning. Pour niveau efficient transportation planning, I've been sworn. This data is based on Route 70 as a two-lane road. Okay, since now it's being widened from 2 to 6 lane from one segment and from 2 to 4 lane to the segment, after this road is being constructed in 2027, we're going to expect to have plenty of capacity, which means there will be no deficiency on this segment at that time.
So you're saying in the future, there would be no deficiency. What about now?
Now it's deficient, but there's a road under construction now. The road is being widened now.
Okay, and when will that road widening be done?
2027.
2027. So right now, as of today in 2025, that would be deficient if we approve this ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, but don't forget, it takes time for the roadway to be designed and be built.
Okay, so in other words, this ordinance is premature because it isn't ready for, the traffic capacity isn't there to be handled.
Yes, Route 7 is state facility. The county doesn't control this. It's based on the state funding when the state is planning to build it. You need to go with what the state can do.
Okay.
Commissioner Ballard.
And so the negative aspects say that this is going to exacerbate deficient conditions of Arbor Trail at Lorraine Road. Is there a plan to improve that intersection currently? And if so, when is it expected to be improved?
Lorraine Road and Route 70?
No, Arbor Green Trail and Lorraine.
But it's based on project that already approved. I don't know if there are any plans to have this intersection being signalized. But most likely in the future, we'll have to, this intersection has to be signalized in the future, but I don't know if you have any plans now.
Okay, so there's not a plan currently to improve that intersection?
No, I'm not aware of the net.
Any other questions for applicant? Okay, not applicant, staff, I apologize. Okay, then thank you very much, I appreciate it. And we will go on to public comment. Is there anyone, there's nobody on the list, is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will go to the phones. Is there anybody on the phones who would like to speak on items 3 or 4 on today's agenda?
No, Mr. Chair.
Well, all right then. And I will close public comment, and I will open up any questions anyone on the board has for the applicant, staff, or any of the citizens who spoke during public comment. None? All right, staff closing comments?
I don't have additional comments, but if you have any question,
All right.
I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Applicant rebuttal?
Ria Hunter with RBI Planning. So, just based on the questions asked, we just wanted to talk a little bit about the transportation impact of this project. So, understood that the improvements planned to State Road 70 are going to be completed in 2027. This project right now, we're coming before you for zoning approval. This will have to go through the detailed FSP review, after which building permits, and then there's also a timeline for construction. So we're not anticipating this project to open until the end almost of 2026. So at that point, the roadway improvements are definitely going to be fairly completed and definitely going to be completed in 2027. So we expect the timelines of those to really coincide and there not to be any exacerbation to the existing transportation system. The other thing I want to note is an aspect that's really not captured in a lot of the traffic studies is trip generation when you provide commercial services in proximity to residential. The, vehicle miles traveled really reduces when commercial is provided in adjacency to residential uses. This means that a lot of the residential that is currently traveling on State Road 70 and traveling large distances to access those services can now get them in close proximity. And this is something that overall can improve the transportation for the county. Besides that, we have done, like I mentioned, a detailed traffic study, and we did evaluate all of these aspects and have definitely put in the effort to limit certain uses, like the supermarket use, that could be, exacerbating to the traffic in the area. So with that, we do have our transportation consultant as well present. If there are any further questions or details required on how the analysis was done, we do expect that this project will not create any issues as far as traffic is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, now we're up for deliberation. Anyone have any comments? Commissioner Sadiq.
I think the question I had was around the trip generation component and the county not allowing the use of a grocery store at this particular intersection. I understand why, but was that decision made? I guess I'm curious if that decision was made factoring in the potential for roadway improvements. If so, that would mean if we put a grocery store in with the widened lane, there would be a negative impact with the grocery store in 2027 anyways. But if that was made based on today's conditions, I'm curious. I'm all for reducing the amount of trips on our roadways and putting amenities closer to where the residents are. So I think I'm just curious about the decision behind considering the future roadway improvements that are happening, why we just didn't allow a grocery store there.
What's that?
There's one right across the street.
All right. Any other comments? Commissioner Feltz.
Oh, thank you. This is an increase in the previously approved square footage. Okay. This is a really tough stretch of roadway over there. And there's a lot more coming up around it too. It's really a kind of tough area over there. If you notice the access going from this on to 70, I don't think there is a mechanism. We have a problem actually coming out of the parking lot on Lorraine, across the street where the Publix is. You can come in on the right, but you can't come out on the left. You have to go out to Lorraine to get back onto 70. What you're finding people do now is take the right and then make a U-turn at Lorraine and 70. And so this is going to be a little bit of a problem over there. We've had a lot of accidents in that area. there's a lot more coming down the pike with it. It's just asking for more in an area that I think is going to be getting more. And we've had some issues over there. As far as the traffic on that road has been just getting worse and worse. And it's not that it doesn't seem like a decent place for a small commercial area. And in 2027, we'll have some improvements made. But asking for more right now, before we've completed the things that we're saying will be completed in 2027, it's not something I'm comfortable with. And this is an area that we drive coming from District 1 into District 5 and had a lot of issues with it that I think we need to just be a little bit more cautious in how we're addressing those traffic concerns.
All right, I put myself on the board just to comment on this. I think there's a couple of things that need to be factored in here relative to this request. At the end of the day, this is a DRI, which is kind of a unique animal. We've got a handful of them. You'll see them. I figured I'd never see a DRI, and I seemingly see them once a month. But between Terra and Artisan Lakes and Heritage Harbor and parts of Lake Ranch, there's a handful of DRIs. They have unique rights that were approved a long time ago. The reason they're built this way and get these kind of approvals is to give someone the opportunity to thoughtfully consider a build-out with a lot of discretion. That's what they were used for. You don't see new ones really, but the existing ones are still in place. And they moved 42,000 square feet into this, which gave them rights to put it someplace within here. It's just a matter of where they're going to put it. Yes, we do have some discretion over that, and that's why we're having this discussion. But at the end of the day, this is a corner that has a Wawa next to it. You're not dropping 50,000 square feet in the middle of a field someplace. I mean, this is a corner of the Publix across the street, a Wawa next to it. This is a high-intensity commercial corner. And while it's weird to talk about infill when you're talking this far east of 75, the reality is this is as close to infill for Lakewood Ranch as you're going to get. There's a lot of homes getting built down in 70. That's why it's being improved. You're going to get people coming to us now and say, we want to build commercial on the corner of Bornside and State Road 70, and we just had U-Line and State Road 70. Because people need services. And the closer we can put the services to people, the less they drive. And I would prefer to put services where there's already services and already have improvements going in and a major intersection in there and utilities already in, than have to wait for someone to come along and say, well, you said no to this one, so now I need a pizza place and a nail salon and whatever. I don't know what you're putting there. Closer, down the road someplace where it's pristine farmland right now, and we start creating another high-intensity commercial node. I'd rather focus on the infill of the one we've already built out. They already have the rights within reason. The nice thing about Lakewood Ranch, say whatever you want about it, I always say positive things about it, is they were very thoughtful. You look at the metrics, it's almost insane. Like, you don't see that level of open space, that small level of FAR. They were very thoughtful about it to give themselves the cushion to be able to build things out as their residents need it. I think this is a well-thought-out thing. I think this is a reasonable request, considering it's a DRI. Yes, that one road is a problem. My kids went to Goddard back when that was the only building there. It was easy to get in and out of there, and then everything else opened up around it. There is still State Road 70. I mean, Arbor Green is not the only road to get in and out of this project. There's another alternative, and anyone who lives east of this is not going to be taking that road over to Lorraine. They're going to be heading east on a major 6-lane thoroughfare. So all the traffic is not going down that road. That road is being improved. This is the closest improvement we've seen. I mean, we usually talk about when Sawgrass gets built in a decade. This is getting built in the next 24 months and improved with State Road 70. So it's going to allow for more traffic to be focused away from the problem road. I can't make a motion, I'm chair, but I think considering this is a DRI, considering the thoughtfulness that Casto and SMR typically put into their projects, and considering the fact that people are going to need services, and I'd rather put services here than put services someplace else, I don't have a problem with this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, I would agree with you if this was the spring of 2027 and that road was complete and widened. However, the citizens would most likely agree with me that they would probably be in favor of the project too in the spring of 2027. So therefore, we're gonna have to start taking a stand on particular issues, on things, to make it a point. And that's just my opinion on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other comments? If not, then we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Ron, seconded by myself. And if there are no further comments, we've already done you. Appreciate it, though. I will ask you all to vote now. And that vote passes 4-3 with Commissioners Feltz, McCann, and Bearden voting in opposition. And now we need a motion for item number 4. And that motion is made by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Ballard, and I will ask you to vote. And this may surprise you, but it passed 4-3 with Commissioners Feltz, McCann, and Bearden in opposition. We'll now move on. It's only 10:11. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 5, Ms. Knapp.
Item number 5 is the adoption hearing, LDCT 2407, ordinance number 2508, formerly known as 2477. This is amending the Land Development Code, Chapter 5, Standards for Accessory and Specific Uses and Structures, Section 511.18, Accessory Dwelling Units, to amend the maximum square footage permitted for an ADU, to establish the number of accessory ADUs that can be permitted on a property based on the acreage, and to address Scrivener's errors, and to provide clarification on standards, providing for other amendments as may be necessary for internal consistencies. And your staff presenter, should you need one, is Rachel Layton.
All right. Anyone need a presentation? We heard this last time. This is just the final adoption, right? This is second hearing?
Correct.
Yeah. So we're just motioning to approve the previously discussed language relative to the expansion of accessory dwelling unit limitations in Manatee County.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify, staff did make the changes that were directed from last meeting, so the language has changed.
Correct, and everyone's been briefed on that.
But I just want to say
during
for the
their
record, yeah.
brief- For the record. No one needs a presentation? All right, then I will open this up for public comment. Does anyone want to comment on the ADU ordinance item number 5? Seeing no one in the audience. Anyone on the phones?
No callers, Mr. Chair.
All right, I will close public comment, and if there are no comments from this board, I'll entertain a motion for approval. It's a motion by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by Commissioner Ballard, and if there are no comments, please vote now. Whenever you feel like it. Anyone? Someone hasn't voted. Oh, there we go. And that is approved unanimously, 7-0, and I am ecstatic about that. I'm very happy to see that change made. I've been pushing for it for a long time. Thank you very much to Rachel Layton and everyone on staff for pushing that forward and doing such a good job of getting the language in there. It's going to be extremely helpful. Okay, now we're moving on to advertised public hearings. These are presentations scheduled. We still have about 15 minutes to our scheduled break, so we can at the very least get through these 3 plat items. So, Ms. Knapp, number 6.
Number 6, approval of a final plat Salt Meadows Phase 2B. This is a final plat of 103 single-family lots, generally located on the south side of State Road 62 and west side of Sand Marsh Avenue in Parrish. And your staff presenter, should you need one, is Natalie Chapusio.
All right, well, since we're calling these quasi-judicial now, I'll ask if there's any ex parte communication on this plat. Nope. All right. I don't know what order we're doing with the presentation. Is there an actual applicant here to present their plat?
The applicant should go first if they are here. Yep.
This structure's a little unique and new, so I'm trying to think.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning. I am Nicole Cromie, a partner at Williams Parker and law firm in Sarasota, and I've been sworn. I'm here with Meritage Homes of Florida, the owner and developer of the parcel subject to the plat. We have here as you've heard, the final plat approval for Salt Meadows Phase 2B. It's the fourth and final phase of the Salt Meadows development. There have been 3 other phases that have previously been approved, the first of which was Phase 1A, which was approved in 2022. So Phase 2B, that has 21.72 acres. The infrastructure has been bonded. That's utilities, stormwater, roads, landscaping. We have preliminary site plan and rezone approval. That was in October 2nd, 2014. We also have final site plan and construction plan approval in December 30th, 2021. The Salt Meadows Community Development District, which is the entity that maintains many of the tracks in the community and including the stormwater, has been previously established. So today we seek approval for the final plat. What's come before this is Meritage has worked with county staff with submissions and responding to comments on the plat, making revisions. County staff, including engineers and surveyors, has rigorously reviewed the plat against the applicable legal criteria in the statutes, the code, and the comprehensive plan, and they have found that there is competent, substantial evidence that the plat meets the criteria. And Meritage has really appreciated the opportunity to work with the staff. So now we come before you for final approval. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does staff have a presentation on this?
Natalie Chapuzio is staff, and I have been sworn. I do have a presentation if the board feels that they need one.
Presentation scheduled, so
Okay.
we're going for it.
Put up, Jenny. So the request is to record 103 single-family residential lots, which is located on the south side of State Road 62 and west side of San Marsh Avenue in District 1. It's zoned PDR with the future land use of Urban Fringe 3, and it's a 20-acre site. This was approved for 584 lots under PDR 0803 with a preliminary site plan in October 2nd of 2014. Administratively, it was approved for a final site plan back in February 22nd of 2024. The plat complies with all the requirements of Chapter 177, Part 1 of the Florida State Statute. And again, this is for 103 single-family lots for Salt Meadows Phase 2B. Any questions?
Any questions for staff? Okay, none? All right, thank you very much, appreciate it. Are there any public comments on this plat? You going over public comment or just stretching your legs? Okay. All right. Yeah, please step forward, state your name, county residence, and whether you've been sworn.
So I have not been sworn, but my name is Anthony Shulo. I have not been sworn, Manatee County resident. Please.
Anyone else? Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. All right, sorry for that. Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident, 5740 Jim Davis Road here in Parrish. Thank you. I have already mailed this public comment in, but I'd like it to be read into the record, of course, because I had the opportunity to come down here today. Manatee County resident, directly southeast of this current project and the expansion of the project. This proposed final phase of Salt Meadows is concerning to many of us residents that are downstream of this in this watershed, this Gamble Creek watershed through there. Many comments that I see are directly related to traffic. Again, I have to say that I think that this board should consider denying many of these projects until the complete investigation of the Lake Manatee flooding event on August 7th is entered into the public record. Also, the report is analyzed by the county staff for mitigation measures, and the Board of County Commissioners proposes any mitigation recommendations. And lastly, the current stormwater infrastructure along that Gamble Creek and State Road 65 corridor are addressed. There's clear evidence that stormwater runoff is occurring adjacent to Salt Meadows on the north side of 675 and across this evacuation route. The development of the south side and the additional development there on the north side of 675 adds to the reality of flooding that isolates residents along the Gamble Creek watershed. This project and several others in planning are dangerous without evaluation of that infrastructure. It's irresponsible to continue approving projects in these watersheds that elevate the land and change the natural flow of stormwater for the new homes, and they damage the existing home and property, many of them actually. Additionally, the damage occurs to the county roads and the infrastructure there. You guys are doing plenty of work there along Golf Course Road, Rye Road, where all the damage occurred from this stormwater. This isn't new. I just ask that you guys please slow down and assess the situation that's here. It's prudent. The county needs to make these informed decisions or they risk culpability. Loss of life happened this past year because of these stormwater events. The patchwork of development along this 675 corridor and 62, it's essentially fortifying the residents' property where they're building. With relief and drainage spillways, it's fortifying these areas. They're building berms along their properties. It makes sense if you're a builder, I totally understand it. But the spillways are now creating tributaries to the creeks that can't take that water. And there's no infrastructure the county has planned to improve those creeks. You turn a creek into a canal. A canal is a man-made system, right? So you take that canal and you now know at least where you want the water to go away from your evacuation routes. Maybe away from the areas where you have firefighters downrange and they don't know that these things are occurring. It's changing the watershed and it's flooding our homes. It really is. We all live here together. And I will just, because of recent events, let's just say on the left coast there's lots of folks that are really concerned about the fact that that state did not do underbrushing and these sort of things that you need to do for fire prevention. Well, we do a really good job here in Florida at response. I really do. Our responders are fantastic. I've been doing it in this area prior to retiring from the military and as a member of the Coast Guard. And I think that the biggest thing that I draw a parallel to is we respond great, but we know water's coming in Florida. So why aren't we doing the infrastructure things now for those events that are going to happen? Just like, again, on the left coast, there's a lot of folks that are upset about underbrushing and that preventative measures, right? We want to prevent. We also want to respond, but the prevention, that waterway containment or that waterway management is so important. Our creeks are no longer able to take the water that's coming from the spillways and the funneling that will come from these properties, all of them. So thank you for your time. I also appreciate that you went to 5 minutes now on your board changes, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments here in the room? Well, it's quasi, so I can't take phone calls. Okay, I will close public comment. Are there any questions from anyone on the board? Commissioner Beard.
I just want to make a statement for the last person that came and spoke, Anthony. I agree with everything he said. And why aren't we planning ahead and putting this stuff ahead of time? It makes sense to me, but for some reason it don't make sense to anybody else. For a majority of the board, as we're trying to make decisions for the betterment of this community. So I just appreciate that gentleman's comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Phelps.
This is an area, and I have to speak for the citizens that live in District 1, This is my district. This is an area that I'm extremely familiar with. If you haven't been in that area or are not familiar with it, it does have some curvature to the terrain out there. 675 does have a little bit of a roll to it. The area that this has been around has had flooding issues years and years ago. There is a dip on 675 that flooded years ago. We've just exacerbated it because just a very simple explanation is we're building up, and the sediment from building up is coming into our waterways. It's limiting the amount of water that can flow. The factors of what we went through with the flooding are multiple. We reference the dam issue, but we really haven't done an investigation to really determine, was the dam an issue on 675? The real issue of this is that is a bit of a rolling road. If you're familiar with the area, as I am, for almost 40 years, I'm very familiar with the area. We've had problems there before with flooding. I think it was the no-name storm that took out that area, 675, and where the bridges are. This is just a pause that we need to take. It's a pause that we need to take. What my citizens in District 1 are saying is pause this type of thing until we can figure out what the problem was. And it may not be any one thing, but people who have been out there and lived in that area long enough know that terrain, knew that terrain before we started building, anticipated that there was going to be a problem, and guess what? There was. And we have to be a bit mindful and a bit cautious right now. And it's not about that something is not going to happen eventually. It is just that now is not the time before we take the care to make sure we've figured out what went wrong with these last hurricanes, what went wrong with the dam, how did this get affected. We still are having problems with Gamble Creek because they're still being, when the water has risen and coming back, your tree roots are weakening and they don't fall in all at once. They're still coming into the creek. We're still having backed up culverts. So until we get serious about really looking at what all the issues might have been. Could it have been 21 inches of rain? That's part of it. Could it have been with building up on the new developments and the water flowing down on the older neighborhoods? Could have been. Could have been a lot of things. But I'm telling you, from people who live there, from people who lived in the area for a long time and have seen the changes of it, let's just be a little bit more cautious, prudent, and find out the reasons why before we create other issues. And I think that the residents of and the citizens of District 1 deserve that. We've been kind of patient, waiting for the studies, waiting for someone to make a move and explain to us what happened. And I really haven't seen anything of the county making an effort to do that at all. And I think that that's what my voters, my citizens, my residents in District 1 are asking for. Let's find out what happened, share the blame, find the solution before we just go on putting square pegs in square holes and approving another 103 homes on 20 acres. We don't have a school in that area that isn't already utilizing portables. That's a 2-lane road. And we have a gentleman that's trying to open up a daycare. you just got to pause a little bit and think a little bit harder, and you have to listen to the people who live there and who've gone through this. Thank you.
All right, hold on. I have two more commissioners on board. I just want to remind everybody, I know this is our first kind of real land use meeting. We have a process for quasi-judicial. We can go crazy when it comes to legislative. Quasi-judicial is supposed to have a real process. We're at a point where we have questions for the applicant and staff. That is prior to giving staff an opportunity for final comments and the applicant the opportunity for rebuttal. If we start deliberating prior to giving everyone their due process, if we're bringing them up as applicants and requiring them to give a presentation, we owe it to them to be able to present us with the facts before we make our opinions. So I just want to make sure I let that go on because I don't want to interrupt anybody in the middle of comments. But we're not at a point of deliberation yet. If we're going to follow quasi-judicial rules when it comes to plats, we have to afford them the same right as we do for applicants for other projects. So I'll ask Commissioners Siddiq and McCann, I'll keep you both on the board for 1 and 2 for deliberation. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of rebuttals or anything. This is going to be a few second thing. I just want to make sure we're checking the proper boxes so we don't run into issues if anything occurs in any of these votes going forward. Is that okay?
Sure.
It should only take a second. Okay. So I'm just going to ask staff, do you have any closing comments? No? Is there any applicant rebuttal?
Thank you. I'd just like to,
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, could you clarify why the staff had a comment? Someone raised their hand to
I
speak.
looked to staff, and she shook her head no. It wasn't verbal on the record.
Well, staff raised their hand, and I just want to make sure we're clear.
The staff behind the pole that I can't see? I apologize for not seeing through this pole.
are they going to do comments?
We are going through transparency.
Oh, man.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners. For the record, Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department, and I have been sworn. Just to clarify a couple of things with regards to schedule, there is an upcoming work session that will be held essentially on whether it's stormwater and engineering, stormwater operations, stormwater planning, that is scheduled for February 19th. And we will also be providing the analysis, the third-party analysis with respect to Lake Manatee, Mill Creek, and Gamble Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else from staff hiding behind a wall or ducking under a chair that I can't see? No? Okay. We're done with that. And did you say it was applicant rebuttal? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. So the question today is whether or not the plat meets the applicable criteria in the law, and the county staff have confirmed that this plat does meet the applicable legal criteria, so it should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll move to deliberation. I still have the same 2 commissioners on the board. So Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you. I appreciate staff coming up to address that issue. That was going to be my question, since we have been given briefings on it, and I want to make sure we're being prudent and giving that information to the public about the Lake Manatee flooding independent study. Other than that, I think we're at a final plat process. I mean, kind of to our comments that we'd spoken to earlier, I think these are good questions to ask. Let's ask them for projects that are certainly coming before this board and not hold up final plats. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McCann.
I appreciate the staff's closing comments on upcoming. Everything in this county seems to be upcoming. We're going to build roads, so let's put the houses in now. We're going to, this is a final plat. Let's just go ahead and approve it. We even had, people from here go, put in for SB 250 to block every moratorium that could be there, to keep the building going from past hurricanes. And, the thing is, last Christmas, I was hoping that the same people would come and visit me. They would be, past, present, and future. Instead, last year I had Debbie, Helene, and Milton come, okay? And when they came, we keep talking about quality of life for people here. safety on the roads. They're going to be built, and it's all upcoming. You know, when we make our decisions, we should be looking at what's happening now. We talk about a lot of rhetoric here, and we hear quality of life issues, and we need. Well, quality of life is rhetoric. It has no meaning. One man's ceiling is another man's floor. In my non-flood zone in Lakewood Ranch, where you want to keep building, putting more concrete because you think we need it, we had a lot of people that didn't have a floor, didn't have walls, didn't have insurance, threw all their stuff out in the street. I heard the argument that if we try to do anything to stop the building, then people are going to lose their jobs and take food off the table. At least they've got a table. Those tables, those countertops, those walls, those floors ended up in the street. You know, I was here, and I'm here because of what the last board did, okay? And I was elected because they don't want things to be status quo in the way they are. And that seems to be happening constantly here. And when we look at these votes, we look at, do they fit minimally to code? What code? Okay? You know, we talk about wetlands protections and, you know, what we're going to do with the wetlands. Well, you know, a federal judge just took that away from the state of Florida and said, you can't regulate it anymore. Okay? Judge Randy Moss put in an order and finalized that order and said, no, we're not going to stay that order. From now on, only the Army Corps of Engineers can do that. We're taking away from DEP and the state of Florida. Okay, that's because we're having problems with flooding, wetlands, and all kinds of stuff. We just received a big grant for disaster management. Okay, we should be building and mitigating the last disaster. We should be making sure that we're not going to flood again. We keep hearing 2027, okay, the road will be done. That's a great thing, okay? But the problem is hurricane season is 5 months away. Are we looking at that, or are we looking for 20 years in the future? Okay, we need to start mitigating the problems we had now. That's why we were elected. If anybody's reading the comments in a newspaper, they're talking about the next election already coming up. Those are not favorable comments. People want to be heard. People want us to act in their best interest. People want us to work in the public health and safety, and we need to do that. That's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Beard.
Those are amazing comments, Commissioner McCann, and I'm glad that I don't live in a society or a government where I have to vote yes on every final plat that comes across my screen here. That I have the ability to vote no. But just because it's a final plat, I'm expected to vote yes. Well, I'm going to tell you, I like to go against the grain, so I'm going to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Feltz.
So, basically, we are, or staff again, we're looking at a work session on February 19th. Can we have some common sense to at least say, if we're having a work session regarding this area, and I cannot make any more clearer, I wish that we had more people participating in our public comment, because that leaves me up here to speak for the citizens that elected me. Without a lot of backup there, I appreciate our public, but here's the bottom line. If we're already saying there's going to be a work session on 2/19, there's a problem here, people. And it's not just a site plan, just like it's not just a transmittal. We are talking about people who, again, Spencer Parish Road, Jim Davis Road. Do you want to see pictures of my friend's goat farm with their goats drowning? What point do we need to make to get across to you, except for the people who actually live there? They live there. It's my district. It's my district. It's not just about 103 lots. It's not just about a site plan. We want to throw around quality of life. This is what the people have me up here for, to say we have a problem. We've admitted we have a problem. We're going to talk about it at the work session February 19th. I think it would behoove the applicant to understand that, because we're going to help you guys out too. We're going to help you guys out too. You don't want those 103 lots in there and for them to create a problem and to have an acrimony or adversary relationship with other people who you're trying to build a community. Give us the time to figure out what happened and what we could do about it. Because maybe some people have forgotten that we just went through 3 hurricanes, but I guarantee you, those people who still are bailing out while they're seeing more building going on. I have to represent them. That's my job. And if I don't say the right thing at the right time or how I say it, it doesn't matter because it's the truth. We need to pause. We need to correct and investigate a problem before we go on and make more problems for everybody. So maybe there's an alternative to this. Maybe you'd like to come back and revisit this after our work session where we figure out what went wrong. Maybe that's the best thing to do and in the best interest of the public. And that's what we're supposed to be here for, is in the best interest of the public. And it is not in the best interest of the public to go on and on with these things, but we'll deal with the problems later. People are asking to deal with the problems now. This is going to be a benefit for your community in the future, and it would be common sense, plain common sense. Thank you.
All right, I have no one else on the board. What I'll say is, I've been listening to everybody, and look, this is my opinion-ish. I think it's some misclassification of what we're looking at here. I mean, we had, first off, to say that you wish there was more public comment. You literally broke the record for most number of public comments at a plat hearing today with 1. I think it's the first public comment on a plat ever, at least in my 4 years here. This is an approval of a plat. So there's been a lot of talk of pushing back, not approving projects. We're not approving a project. There's a lot of talk about we need to take a stand on projects in this area, but this project was approved way before today. There's 103 homes going on here. A plat is a survey. A survey is, this is what the 103 homes that are going to get built there based upon a previous approval from a previous board are going to be there. Now the question is, where do they go and what house number do they have? That's literally where we're speaking at this point in time. You always have to look at your end game on a vote, and just voting counterintuitively to the law for the sake of pushing back on somebody is no better than when we've accused even this county of pushing back just to spite citizens when it came to development. At the end of the day, 103 homes are going to get built on this property because it was approved that way. It's zoned that way today. It's a matter of what they look like. And nobody up here has come and said, I think house number 4 should be in this other corner over here. Nobody thoughtfully, I can assume, sat in their briefing and redesigned their survey for them. All we can do by denying this is send them back to the drawing board to come back with a different survey of map and different house numbers. And we can bleed them dry by voting no and no and no until we finally go to court. But at the end of the day, 103 homes are going to be built here. This is not the stage for an approval. This is not the stage for a denial. This is not a stage to negotiate what's going to get built or when it's going to get built. This is literally the layout of a previously approved project at this point, which is why plats historically have been put on consent and moved forward, because our staff, like we had the discussion about the daycare earlier, it's their requirement to adhere to our code to the letter, even when it's to our detriment. When we say, why are you being so specific with our code and pushing back on 3 feet for a daycare? Well, they have to adhere to the letter when it comes to approving both preliminary and final plats. So they are approving this and bringing it to us saying, this adheres to every single rule and requirement we have. And if it did not, then they would tell us how it deviates from that and give us more discretion on whether or not we're going to allow that deviation. If it comes back without any comment, this does not deviate in any way. They're adhering to the T of what our code requires them to do on a project that was previously approved by other people. I personally do not see the legal recourse to doing this other than to be spiteful for the sake of trying to push back on development. But this is just not the way to do it, because this is going to be built. At some point, 103 homes are going to be here. It's just a matter of how far we drag them down the road before 103 homes get built. I just think this is, I've said this previously, I think plats are the wrong place to fight this battle. We have a lot of projects on this and future land use maps. Knock yourself out. I don't see this being one of them. But now I have two people on the board. So Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And no one's up here doing anything in spite of stopping anything. I mean,
And I apologize. I'm not trying to cut you off, but I do apologize. That was the wrong choice of words. I was speaking out of turn.
The reality is we have major issues in this county. That's the real issue. And every one of us knows that we have real issues in this county. So whether it's a final plat that may say, hey, go back to the drawing board, that we can look at that and say, well, then we're going to have a discussion on what we're going to do in that particular area, on how we're going to fix those issues that are being emailed to us by our constituents on a daily basis. So, and it's not necessarily even taking a stand, it's doing what's right. It's doing what's right. What is morally right in this particular situation? Based on the things that have happened within the last 6 months. And that's the truth. That'll set you free once you accept it. But that's the reality of it. That's the reality. Either we're going to wake up or we're going to keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to be about that. So if I have to make a splash to make a change, so be it. So be it. So help me God. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McCann.
I appreciate all the comments that are being made up here, and I just want to say, I understand the platting process. They have the same thing where permitting process and things like that. We have a process for everything. A lot of people talk about what happens in a law, when things should be done, when they should be. Judge Moss just put in an order on the wetlands. He vacated the DEP's ability, the state of Florida's ability to do anything. He stopped more than 1,000 projects in progress. He didn't say, are they at a final plat? Are they at a beginning? Are they making an application? He stopped those projects in progress. So as far as the law goes, and a lot of people keep quoting the law actually says, we can make a decision that stops things in progress. There is absolutely nothing here that says, because you went this far, we have to take that next step. Thank you.
Commissioner Ballard.
I guess my question is, where do we go? If we say no to this, right, we tell them to go and redo their lots in a different way, and then they come back with 103 lots placed in slightly different places. We can't go back any further than that. So all that we're really doing is saying, all right, go back and draw 103 lots in a slightly different order, and then we say no to it again, and we say no to it again. I mean, I just don't really understand what the end game is. Is it just delaying it, trying to make them spend more money? I'm not understanding.
Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The end game is to doing what's right and to making sure things are done properly as far as the way they should have been done in the past. and they haven't been. That's the reality. That's the reality. And so, you know, us maybe saying, you know what, we're going to take a stand right now. Maybe things will start changing. I don't know how many months we're going to have to go through this before things start changing. But if it's going to be a consistent 4-3 vote, 4-3 vote, 4-3 vote, well, maybe that'll send a message to where things will start changing. Because that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that maybe if I keep going this route, things will start changing for the betterment of this community, not the betterment of ourselves, not us trying to elevate into a different position, not us trying to hope, in fact, that, you know, maybe I have a shot at whatever in the future. Honestly, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is what's doing what's right. Being just. Not necessarily being fair, but being just. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Phelps. And I will say, we do have a motion by Commissioner Ron and a second by Commissioner Ballard on the board. So if there's any new comments, that'd be appreciated. But you're on the board.
Once again, I don't know how to explain this. We're worried about legalities. We're worried about this. Where, you know what? All I know is the land and the people that live there. And I don't know any other way to explain it as far as what we're dealing with out there. But, you know, things changed after we went through those hurricanes. And I don't think anybody quite grasped what we're trying to say. We could have had a site plan. Maybe it'd be easier to explain if it was an earthquake and there was a crack in the middle of the acreage there, and we're going on with the site plan and completely ignoring the fact that there's now a gigantic hole in the middle of it. But the problem is, it's not just a site plan to people who live there. It's not just we're going to talk about this on February 19th. We had a problem in that area. We not only had a problem in that area, but we had a problem in that area that we told you was going to be a problem in that area. So it's nice to be able to squirrel away with legalities and things like that. But the reality is we have a geographical, topographical water issue in that area that we haven't taken 1 minute of time to really look into and figure out why did it happen or do anything to make sure. And we're just going to, oh, well, it's just a site plan. Not to those people on Spencer Parish Road, not those people on Jim Davis Road, not to those people on Golf Course Road. It's not just a site plan. It's their lives, it's their quality of life, it's when they've tried to tell you that this is going to be a problem, that Gamble Creek is going to be a problem. And we just march on as if people were not flooded out. We march on as if there weren't impassable roads on 675 and Golf Course Road just a few months ago. We get through a hurricane, we get through a crisis, and we forget it ever happened. This is how we get in these problems year after year. Just take a step back. Let's go through our February 19th work session, and if it comes out that there was nothing wrong with building another 103 houses on a 2-lane road with overcrowded schools and a water shortage and no water reservoir, sure, then let's do it. But let's give us a chance. Wouldn't that be prudent to figure out what went wrong before we add to the problem again and just asking for some patience with that? Thank you.
Commissioner McCann.
I'm just going to say a couple things. The end game is to mitigate the damages that have already occurred. We have disaster relief funds to do that. This is what the people want. The people have said very clearly, slow the building, stop building more, put in the infrastructure, put in all the things we need to mitigate the damages we had before, look at flood prevention, clean up the waterways. I appreciate you in the January 7th talking about dredging and, you know, all these things that we're looking at in the future. And this is what the people want. They want this stopped. More building is going to add more concrete, is going to cause more flooding. And what we need to do right now is mitigate these damages. The federal government gave us the money and disaster relief to do that. It would be nice if we could get the builders to the table and they would actually say, hey, let's pull some of these projects back and let's get the things done so that all of this is done in the public health and safety, and that you have a quality of life, you get what you want in your neighborhoods, because we didn't listen to you before, and the results on that were taken into consideration on November 5th. So what we need to do now is we need to listen to the people and stop worrying about where we're at with all these plots and where all this legalese comes in. And we really need to stop the building now. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no one on the board. I have a motion for approval by Commissioner Ron, a second by Commissioner Ballard. You can cast your votes now. It is approved 4-3 with Commissioners Feltz, McCann, and Bearden in opposition. It is now almost 11 o'clock. We have 2 more plats, so I'm afraid we're going to be here for a while. So let's take a 10-minute recess until, well, 9-minute recess till 11:05. All right, we are back from recess, and we are moving on to item number 7. Ms. Knapp?
Item number 7, approval of a final plat, Costera Parkway. This is a final roadway plat generally located on the north side of Buckeye Road and east of Grass Farm Road. And your staff presenter, should you need one, is again Natalie Chapucio.
Well, it's presentation scheduled.
Oh, excuse me, yes.
Is there any ex parte communication on item number 7? Seeing none, okay, we will move on. Is the applicant here? Do we have an applicant for this? Mr. Grimes?
Good morning, Commissioners. Excuse me. I'm Caleb Grimes with the law firm of Grimes Galvano, live here in Manatee County, and I have been sworn. I'm here representing the applicant, CC Manatee, and this is just a little bit different plat. It is concerning a roadway only, and I'll get to a little bit on that in a minute. The development is called Newport Isles. It is west of I-75, north of Buckeye, and like many of these where you have a plat coming in, it was approved long, long ago. It's in the International Gateway area, which was, of course, established to try to encourage development and things going on up in the area of the port. So that there would be employment opportunities there, and there's some other things you'll see coming down with some light industrial. This project has been proceeding, and what they have here today is the plat of their main roadway going in. Usually you see a roadway platted with the associated residential development. In this instance, this roadway is serving as effectively a collector roadway to the entire development. And the developer wanted to get ahead of the game, get this roadway built and platted ahead of time. It's a 4-lane divided roadway going up into the actual development. And so what you're platting is doing is dividing property so it can be transferred later. And it makes it easier. That's why you do subdivision plats. You could do all the lots by meets and bounds, but you do a plat so that you have a lot number. You have a track number for the roadways. You have a track number for amenity center and so forth. So this is a plat of the roadway, Costera, that is coming into this long-approved development. I know you've heard many times that platting is a process that if you meet the requirements to plat, it becomes a ministerial approval. There's many cases that say that. There's a lot of mandamus actions where the county was required to approve a plat because they met the requirements of the law and the code. And I hear all of this, and I understand the position that some of you are taking on it's basically you wish these hadn't been approved before, but we have people who have relied on their approvals, spent millions of dollars on building roadways, spent millions of dollars on doing the things that they were approved to do. And I remind everyone that we are a nation of laws, and the law says, is very clear, that if you meet the requirements to divide your property and plat it, then it needs to be approved. and that's where we are. So what I have here today with me is Clint Cuffle with WRA Engineering, and I've asked him to come so that we have it very clear on the record that we have met all those requirements, that he has done it. He's worked with staff. Your staff report shows that we've met the requirements to have this plat approved. Clint?
Thanks, Caleb. Good morning. Clinton Cuffle with WRA Engineering. I'm the principal and owner of the firm. My firm has prepared the construction plans, the final site plans for the roadway and the plat, and it meets all Florida statutes, Chapter 177, and the Manatee County Land Development Code, as your staff has reviewed, and we're here for approval and recording of the plat. Any questions, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
And then if I may, just at the end, this roadway is built, it is completed, it is usable. You will see, like with many plats, there is a bond. That's for the final lift Because I don't know if you know this, but when you build a development, when you build out a subdivision, you build your roadways, everybody uses them, and you come in and do your final lift after it's had all the construction traffic and all of the stuff that's going on it. So you put off the final lift, that has been bonded, but the roadway is in place, 4-lane divided facility, and we ask that you approve this plat.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none? Staff?
Natalie Chapuzio with staff, and I have been sworn. So the request before you is to record Costera Parkway roadway plat. It's located on the north side of Buckeye Road and east of Grass Farm Road in Palmetto in District 1. So the Board of County Commissioners approved Newport Isles Gateway Master Plan on March of 30th of 2010 and Sweetwater Gateway Master Plan June 3rd of 2010. This roadway appears on both plan sets. Administrative approvals, the preliminary site plan was approved July 27th of 2023, and the final site plan and construction plan drawings were approved May 9th of 2024. This plat complies with all the requirements for Chapter 177, Part 1 of the Florida State Statute. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Any questions for staff? Mr. Commissioner McCann?
Am I correct that this road has already been built?
That is correct. It's just waiting for its final lift.
Okay, so in other words, this road has been built before we even saw this.
Correct, but they only have to, it's been approved basically through the general development plan back in 2010. And then they just need a construction plan to actually complete a road.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, I will open up for public comment. Anyone in the audience? Seeing none, it's quasi-judicial, so I'm not going to take phone calls. I will close public comment. Are there any questions for the applicant or staff from this board? Seeing none, I will go to staff for any closing comments. No, didn't think so. Applicant?
Yes, Caleb Grimes again for the record. I do want to make sure it is understood that this road was built in conformance with the approvals, the approved preliminary site plan, the approved final site plan. And you very often approve roadways before you plat them. And this has gone through the process that is in place with this county. Remind you that this county requires you to plat and to do this to make lots. And so these people have been acting in reliance on this, have built this road, and we ask that you approve the plat. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? If not, we have Commissioner McCann.
Thank you very much for the education. So what you're saying is we need to look at our processes and see what's in place and see what we need to do to stop you from building before you come before us with final plats. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by Commissioner Ron. There's nobody on the board to speak, so you can cast your votes now. I don't know. It doesn't tell me who has voted or not voted. The motion passes 5-2 with Commissioners Feltz and Bearden in opposition. Thank you. Now on to item number 8.
Only because it's a road.
Item number 8 is approval of a final plat for Buckeye Trails Phase 2B. This is a plat of approximately 24.4 acres within the planned development mixed-use North County Gateway Overlay Zoning District, generally located half a mile east of I-75, North County, west of Buckeye Road, at the intersection of Buckeye and Bending Creek Trail. And your staff presenter is Barney Salmon.
Any ex parte communication on this one? Seeing none, applicant?
Commissioners, Caleb Grimes, for the record, with the law firm of Grimes Galvano, and I have been sworn. I'm here representing Eisenhower Property Group, the developers of this particular tract. We are here for approval of a plat, and I know you've been hearing these, so I'll try to be a little bit brief on it. This is I believe it's the 5th plat in this subdivision. 4 have already been approved. Roads have been built, construction's been going on, all in compliance with your rules and regulations. And once again, if it's in compliance, I believe the law is very clear that it needs to be approved. And so I am going to ask Mr. Cuffle, who is the engineer for this project, to explain the compliance of this plat with the laws and the regulations.
Thanks, thanks, Caleb. Again, Clint Cuffle with WRA Engineering, and I have been sworn. I am engineer of record for the project. My firm prepared the plat, prepared all the documents, final site plan, preliminary site plan, and construction documents. And I can tell you that the plat in front of you meets Chapter 177, Florida statutes, and your Manatee County Land Development Code. Improvements are ongoing on the site right now. We're about 2 to 3 months from being complete with this phase of construction. And we kindly ask you to approve this plat. And if there are any questions, we're here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I will bring up staff.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Barney Salmon for staff. I have been sworn. Buckeye Trails Phase 2B. This is the location. As you can see, if you look on the color drawing, those green kind of lines, those are actually roads. They're actually on our GIS system now. This is for 11 single-family lots, and as Nicole noted, it's a half-mile east of I-75, east of Buckeye Road, at the intersection of Buckeye Road and Benning Creek Road, which is part of that development, one of the access points. This has been going in process for a while. It started in '06 with the rezone for 367 lots, and it's 24 acres. And then later in 2014, additional lots were added to that, making it 532 total. There's a subdivision there. And then the final site plan was approved in this year, or actually March of '24. And we're right now at the here for the final plat for 111 lots. So, any comments?
Any questions for staff? Seeing none? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. I will now open this up for public comment. Anyone here in the chambers have any comments on item number 8? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Are there any questions for the applicant or staff from this board? Seeing none, I will, you have nothing? Is that what you're saying? Nothing. Okay, is there anyone behind that pole? No? Okay. Applicant rebuttal?
I'm behind the screen, but
I could see you.
who knows?
Okay. Open this up for any comments, deliberation from this board. If not, I'll entertain a motion. We now have a motion by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. There's no members on the board, so I will ask you to cast your votes now. And that is approved 4-3 with Commissioners Feltz, McCann, and Bearden in opposition. Moving on to number 9, Ms. Knapp.
Thank you.
Item number 9, and this is your adoption hearing. It's a Plan Amendment 2316, Ordinance 2504, Palmetto Asphalt Plant. This is providing for a privately initiated small-scale map amendment to the future land use map of the future land use element for approximately 4.3 acres to designate a real property generally located at the northeast corner of 28th Avenue East and 17th Street East from industrial light to industrial heavy future land use classification. Your staff presenter is CJ Mills.
All right. Well, this is listed as presentation scheduled, so is CJ going to give a presentation?
I'm the applicant. I can do a short presentation and then CJ can.
Sure.
Chris Cole with Civil X Engineering, and I have been sworn in. I just printed it out. I don't know if you can. I can just read it too. So some background information on this site. It is,
Oh, there you go.
it's been in operation since about 2003. Primarily been crushing concrete, which is used for road base. We have an approved final site plan that we did in 2023 with the crushing operation on the east side and the kind of the stockpile on the west side. So basically, recycled concrete is used for base material for asphalt pavement, kind of used all over. Actually, driving in today on State Road 70, this company was collecting waste concrete from the State Road 70 widening that we kind of discussed earlier. So here's kind of, so the future land use is split between industrial light and industrial heavy. So we can only do industrial heavy use on the east portion now, so we are requesting to have industrial light on the west portion as well, within the entire parcel. Something to say here. So the requested industrial heavy is actually allowed on the parcel already. We are just requesting to increase it from the half of the parcel to the entire parcel.
Is that it?
Yep, that's it.
Excellent. Thank you. This is legislative, so is there anyone with any comments? No? All right, I'll open it up to public comment. Seeing no one here, this is legislative. Is there anyone on the phones?
No callers, Mr. Chair.
All right, then I will close public comment. And unless someone has a comment, I will open it up for motions. There's a motion by Commissioner Ballard, seconded by Commissioner Ron, and Commissioner McCann is on the board.
Just one question. This doesn't increase any land size at all. This is just changing what's already there in the land. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. It's just increasing the amount of industrial heavy we can do on the property.
Okay, but it doesn't expand the property?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, as I said, motion by Commissioner Ballard, seconded by Commissioner Ron. You can cast your votes now. And that passes unanimously, 7-0. Ms. Knapp, I guess we're opening 10 and 11 together?
Yes, sir.
All right.
This is also the first of two hearings, so this is your transmittal hearing of the plan amendment. So item number 10 is Plan Amendment 2412, ordinance number 2510, formerly known as 2047, Triple Creek Preserve, providing for a county-initiated large-scale map amendment to the future land use map of the future land use element of 3 parcels totaling approximately 107.6 acres, located at 30470 and 30480 Betts Road and 103rd Avenue East, from agricultural rural to conservation. And the companion ordinance, which is zoning ordinance Z2419, is a rezone of 3 parcels totaling, again, the 107.6 acres from general agricultural to conservation zoning district located on the same property as mentioned above.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, there's no vote on the rezone ordinance, you're just voting on the comp amendment today.
Understood, but it's still overall a quasi proceeding, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So has there been any ex parte communication on our own parcel of land? No. Okay. Applicant presentation? It's presentation scheduled, so you don't have to get too long-winded on creating conservation land.
Yeah, nice and straightforward, a little bit of a palate cleanser. It's nice to meet you all, commissioners. My name's Camden Jenkins. I'm with staff, and I have been sworn. So this property is located at the intersection of Betts Road and Anson Road. It has an area of 107 acres. It was vetted and selected by the Environmental Land Management and Acquisition Committee and was purchased by the county for $3.6 million. So, item 10 is a county-initiated large-scale comp plan amendment from the agricultural rural to the conservation lands future land use category. This is the third property purchased with the Conservation and Parks Project Bond, which was approved by voters in 2020 for the purpose of protecting water quality and fish wildlife habitat. So here's our current future land use category, agriculture rural. I'm sure you can imagine what's allowed there, agriculture and rural low-density residential. You're allowed 1 residence per every 5 acres, and the intensity allowed there is 0.23 floor area ratio. The proposed future land use category is conservation. It is primarily intended for open space and passive recreation, and notably, it does not allow for any density or intensity, with a few supporting exceptions for conservation usage. Item 11 won't be voted on today, but it is the accompanying rezone, and with this, the county intends to make Triple Oak a nature preserve. We don't need to go through that. The positive and negative aspects. This proposal, if approved, could improve the county's community rating system established under the National Flood Insurance Program to Class 4, which would provide Manatee County residents an additional 5% discount on their flood insurance premiums. It would also remove residential entitlements out of the 100-year floodplain, which reduces potential damage to homes and increases public safety. It protects and identifies the property as a preserve, which promotes public health and welfare, and it will also improve the accuracy of our future land use map series. And for the sake of convenience, our mitigating measure is that both 10 and 11 are being presented at the same time. So, in conclusion, it is the opinion of staff that both the proposed map amendment and the rezone can be found to be compliant and consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Are there any questions? All right, Commissioner Sadiq.
The only question I had was around the CRS rating. So it says could. I guess my question would be around, is that a guarantee that we will see that CRS rating increase? I'm just curious. I mean, I know it's just such a small thing to play on, but given the impact this will have on residents and flood insurance and generally home insurance, how certain are we, and with this purchase and future purchases of conservation lands, that should we remove some of the entitlements? Should we reduce the impact to our? I'll just leave it with that.
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner Sadiq. Thank you. So this is a part of a larger initiative by the county to rezone things out of the properties out of the 100-year floodplain into conservation lands. While I am certainly no expert in the community rating system or the National Flood Insurance Program, what I can tell you is how we get an increase in our discounts is by removing entitlements out of the 100-year floodplain. And so there are other projects down the pipeline that will also address this. This is the first one that I've been able to bring to you guys. But it is simply that taking of the entitlements out of the 100-year floodplain that gives us the potential to increase the discount to our residents. And it is with all of the projects together that we will be able to attain that.
Okay. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, you answered the last statement. If it's just this project, or if it's really just part of a larger effort to, this property in conjunction with other purchases will enable us to improve that rating. So thank you for that.
Of course, appreciate you.
Or any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, I'm assuming we don't have staff presentation, right? I mean, it's us.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be me.
All right, open those for public comment. Anyone have any public comments here in the chambers? Is Quasi? Seeing none, I will close public comments. Does anyone on this board have any questions to staff/applicant? Seeing none, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Bearden. It's seconded by Commissioner Sadiq. If no one has any further comments, you can vote now.
Commissioner Cruz, my system went down, so I vote yes. I log all the way out.
Okay, can you manually plug that one in?
I'm plugging out all the way.
That's fine, I'm asking them. All right, and that is approved unanimously, 7-0, and you're saying there's no action on item 11, correct? Correct. Okay. So now we're at a interesting point in time in life here. It's 11:32. We have one real item left and then some internal stuff. I doubt we can get through this one in 28 minutes. So, you want to push through? I'm opening up for your guys' opinion. You want to push through it? Okay, let's open up number 12.
Item number 12 is PDMU 1811ZG, Riverfront PDMU. It's a rezone of 3 parcels totaling 11.1 acres, generally located on the south side of US 301 north, approximately 1/2 mile east of I-75. Rezoning from A1 agricultural suburban and PDR and general commercial to PDMU zoning district, plan development mixed use. Approving a general development plan which proposes 250 residential units, 80 marina slips, and 55,000 square feet of non-residential uses. Also approving a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses as voluntarily proffered by the applicant and attached here to as Exhibit B.
Thank you very much. Has there been any ex parte communications? Seeing none, all right. I will bring up the applicant. Mr. Goss.
If we can, go ahead and bring up the item on the screen. My name is Bob Gauze, AICP certified planner with Gauze & Associates. I have been sworn. I'm joined here today by the owners of the property, Mr. Chuck Myers and Frank Maloney, also by Mr. Michael Yates, traffic engineer with Palm Traffic, as well as Joel Christian with Ardera, who did the environmental work on this. This is the Riverfront PDMU. This appeared before the board back in February of 2023. And I know that you all have get briefings from staff before any of these hearings, and I appreciate that because it gives you an understanding of things. We did realize in talking with Ms. Greer, there may be some misunderstandings about why we're bringing what we're bringing in front of you, and I'll get to that in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can, I recognize that some of you are new. You haven't heard any of this before necessarily. Some of you have heard all of it before, but we've made some changes. The project site is located about 1/2 mile east of I-75. It's on the south side of US Highway 301. It's got Palm Grove Mobile Home Park on its west side. You all have received an email from the owner of Palm Grove Mobile Home Park, Rob Bell, 4th generation Manatee County, also chairman of North River Fire District, supporting our request. It is got the Manatee River on the south side, and then it's got Raintree Inlets on its east side, kind of across a boat canal on the east side. The property is in the future land use category ROR. And as you can see, the entire site is covered by the ROR. It actually extends a little bit to the east of our site along 301. And actually on the other side of 301, you can see that the ROR future land use category goes quite a ways further east. In fact, it goes right on off my exhibit. Things I want to the ROR was changed in 2019, so that predates a number of you, I think almost all of you. It was changed to increase the allowable density and intensity in projects located within the ROR. It allows 32 units per acre. If you do mixed use or affordable housing, if you get the density bonus, it allows 40 dwelling units per acre. That's the maximum allowable density in the ROR. Right next to us in the Raintree, that's Res 9. So you go from ROR to Res 9. Res 9 allows a maximum density of 20 dwelling units per acre. So you can see the sort of a step down from up to 40 down to 20. The other thing that changed back at that same time was how you address building height. Before that time, building height was addressed in somewhat of a subjective way. Pictures of the buildings, shadow studies, et cetera. And when they made these changes, they also said, we need to make the building height issue a little bit more objective. So at that point in time, basically the way they did it is if your project is adjacent to residential zoning, and that's going to become important in a minute, but if you're adjacent to residential zoning and you're going to have more than a 3-story building, you need to add 20 feet of additional setback for every floor over 3. So if you have a 20-foot building setback and you're adjacent to residential zoning and you want to do a 4-story building, your 20-foot becomes 40-foot. You can do it as a step back, 20 foot to the 3-story and then another 20 foot for the 4th floor. If you go 5 stories, well, that's going to be 60 feet of setback, and if you're going to go 6 stories, well, that's going to be an 80-foot setback. So just kind of want to explain that to you. This site is actually 3 parcels. It's 3 parcels with 3 different zoning categories. One parcel is 6.1 acres, it's zoned PDR. It actually used to be PDMU, but it was changed in 2006 to PDR because it wasn't going to have commercial, so they made it PDR. There's a 3.7 acre site in the middle of it, parcel in the middle of it, that is zoned A1. And then up in the northeast corner of the site, you can see that is 1.3 acres, that is zoned general commercial. Now, interestingly, if you take those 3 parcels and look at what the maximum allowable density is on those 3 parcels as they are currently, you could build 239 dwelling units. That's what's allowed on those 3 parcels without a zoning change because of the 32 units per acre on the PDR and the GC, and then 1 unit per acre on the A1. If you get the density bonus, that number goes from 239 to 299 allowable dwelling units under the current zoning. Actually, if you were to look at the ROR, you would have something like 355 dwelling units allowed, and if you got the density bonus, 444. But we're not really talking about that because we're not asking anything close to that. But I just wanted to let you know, you can get 239 allowable now. We're asking for up to 250. Doesn't mean it'll be built 250, but we're asking for up to 250. You can get 92,110 square feet of non-residential because of the FAR. We're only asking for 55,041 square feet. And we are asking that we be allowed to have potentially an 80-slip marina, and we're asking for 2 specific approval requests. One of them is new. We got rid of one and ended up having to add one. Now, here's where the confusion is going to come in. When we were here in February, the board asked us to bring back more detailed information, and we wanted to do that. In fact, part of the reason it took so long is my client went out and started trying to figure out what is the most realistic possible thing that's going to happen so that we can provide a more detailed plan. However, when we were starting to bring it back, we talked to staff, and we were instructed that if we wanted to bring back more information than a GDP, we had to withdraw the application and restart the process. Withdrawing the application and restarting the process adds about 10 months to the, it took us 6 months to get here just by resubmitting the GDP. It adds another 10 months roughly to the process. It adds probably $30,000 to $40,000 to the process. And at the end of the day, if you still don't know exactly what you're going to do, you're sort of doing a foo-foo plan that's probably going to change anyway. So this was an example that we've got from staff as to what level of detail was wanted on the GDP. And this is a Christensen project. And that's a 4-story, allows 4-story buildings adjacent to single-family residential. So this is one of the examples we use to try and figure out what can we provide you with. And I'm providing it to you so you can see the level of detail that we were directed that we could provide to you. We also had another example. This one actually shows some buildings in the parking lot, but we were also told we couldn't show the parking lots. So the only reason I'm showing these to you is we appreciate staff trying to work with us. We apologize that there may have been a misunderstanding about what we were directed on, but we tried to work with staff to kind of get you as much as we could get you to help you make a decision. And in the end result, we kind of reduced the request to make it a little easier layup for all of you. So basically, what did we change? Well, the biggest change is we went from 143,000 square feet of non-residential. We reduced that to 55,041 square feet of non-residential. That's the big change. Previously, the GDP sort of showed like 2 parcels. We got rid of that. It was confusing. The specific approval request where we were asking to reduce the open space, and if you remember, we were wanting credit for the FDOT parcel, we just took that specific approval out. We're not asking for any reduction in our open space requirements. But staff did come back and say that they want us to add a specific approval, and it has to do with the height stuff, where if you're next to single-family residential zoning, there's a thing where you need to, if you're over 3 stories, then you have to have a 6-foot fence. And so I'll explain that in a bit. And we've tried to provide clarity because before we kind of felt like maybe it looked like we're talking about one massive building. We're not. We're thinking that there may be a 1, 2, possibly 3 or 4 different buildings. That, you know, it's not going to be one giant structure. That's not likely. And another thing that changed is the staff has been having a problem, I think the board maybe too, is the code doesn't really talk about how many square feet of non-residential you have to have on a site to let it qualify as mixed use. The code doesn't spell it out. So staff's been working on some numbers as to what they feel that you should agree to. And so they have a range, and we added that to this plan. So like, if we have 93 dwelling units, we have to have at least 1,000 square feet of non-residential. It's not questionable, we have to have that. Might be more, can't be less. If you have 157 dwelling units, then the minimum allowable, minimum non-residential has to be 10,000. It's just to try and make sure that we don't do a project, get the approval, and then don't build any non-residential. So, you know, that's something we added to it. What else has changed? Well, here's something that changed between then and now, and that's the Spring Hill Suites that got approved about a quarter of a mile to our west. It's a 6-story hotel building. It's 85,116 square feet of hotel space on a 2.1 acre site with a floor area ratio of 0.75. So we're asking for 0.12. They were approved at 0.75. They've got 10-foot landscape buffers. We've got 20 and 30-foot landscape buffers. They have wetland impacts proposed. We weren't proposing wetland impacts other than the boat slips. That was approved in May of 2024, and that is right next door to a mobile home park. And you can kind of see the layout of it, and you can kind of see a picture of the mobile home park next to it. That mobile home park happens to be zoned PDMU, so staff didn't require the height setback requirements on that. It's 51 setback, as opposed to we're going to have like 80 if we have a 6-story building. The other thing that's changed, and Commissioner Beard and Commissioner Phelps and all of you, I think, are going to appreciate that, I-75 and 301 is almost complete. In fact, cars are starting to get onto the interstate going south at the intersection now. I've actually seen cars take that access. So when you're worrying about traffic, just know we actually are at a point where that intersection is nearing completion. What hadn't changed? Well, we still don't have any upland habitat. We still weren't proposing to fill any wetlands. We still have large landscape buffers. We're still providing required access. We're still planning to do 6 stories. And if you remember back when we originally were coming through, we were trying to do up to 9 stories. And we did away with that. I think we actually did away with it at the hearing. So I'm not really calling that a change from last time. 6 stories up to. The traffic impact statement was reviewed and approved, and it's still approved. And this project is still on a major highway. This isn't on any local county road. This is on US Highway 301. And we'll have to work with the FDOT for all of our access. Now I'm going to shift over to the specific approvals. One of them was there before, and that's talking about tree preservation. And the Land Development Code in the entranceway says that if you are developing a project in the entranceway, you are required to preserve 75% of the trees over 24-inch DBH. So your bigger trees. Doesn't talk about what type of tree, doesn't talk about the quality of tree. It just says if you have one tree that's over 24 inches on your site, you are not allowed to take it out. You actually aren't allowed to take a tree out until you get to 4, because if you do, then you're exceeding the 25% removal threshold. Doesn't, quite frankly, work, and I haven't really ever seen a project that I think has been able to comply with that. I've worked on some, and I'll show you in a minute. What we aren't asking you to just let us do it. What we're asking is that you delegate that to the staff and allow us to work directly with staff as this project comes through the PSP to make it work where we save the good trees, we maybe save some other trees. I'm going to take a step back. So that's a picture actually at the top of the view looking back at Raintree Inlet, an area that we're talking about preserving. And the other one is just turning, looking west, and you can see Milton had its way with some trees. This is the Spring Hill Suite site, and you can see that one has got some big trees, and they're right in the middle of it. I don't know if they can make it work without removing more than 25% of their trees or not, but I do know that staff says that if we have to do that, we have to have specific approval on the board before staff can have that conversation with us. That's why we're asking for it, so we can work directly with staff on ours. And that's the way it used to be. I've been in this game a long time. I mean, I grew up in Manatee County. This is the Ruby Tuesdays in Ellington. I worked on that project. I may have worked on it with Denise, I don't know. But back years ago, we worked together. Hampton Inn and Ruby Tuesdays. And what we did there is we couldn't meet just strict delegation of, we couldn't take more than 25% of the trees out. And some trees weren't particularly good. But we did have some smaller, good trees that we could save. So we worked with staff and sort of negotiated what made sense. And you can see the result is you've got an old tree sitting in front of the Ruby Tuesdays that, quite frankly, wasn't 24 inches when we did that project. And you can see another tree over there too. So that's what we did. And that's all we're asking. We're not asking to take them out right now. We're asking that you delegate to staff. Let us work with your staff experts to figure out what makes sense, what's reasonable. The other one was specific approval number 2. Now, up there in the top left, you see the canal on our east property line. The requirement says that if you are next to single-family zoned residential, you have to have a 6-foot opaque fence, unless you have a road or private street there. And we were treating the canal as providing that same separation. We didn't think that a 6-foot opaque fence next to a canal made any sense, because you might want to go down and walk along the canal. On the west side, next to Palm Grove Mobile Home Park, we didn't have any problem. We just said, you know, there's a sort of a drive aisle, might not be a private street, but that's okay. We'll put a 6-foot fence there, because they're going to have a pretty unobstructed view, and they're going to be a lot closer. So we'll put a 30-foot buffer, and we'll put a 6-foot fence, no big deal. Because, oops, go wrong direction. It's because of the zoning. If you look at Spring Hill Suites, PDMU doesn't require that. They don't have that same requirement. It's a zoning issue, and we're just saying that in the case of ours, where we're adjacent to the canal, a 6-foot opaque fence, we don't think is necessary. If you decide that you don't want to grant it, obviously we'll put a 6-foot fence there when the project's being developed, but we're asking that you don't require it along the canal. Now, there's a lot of stuff in there about needing more detail to review for comp plan consistency. And basically, I've read the staff report, and it basically consistently says they don't have enough information to determine that. Our primary use is residential, which is compatible with residential. We are way below the allowable density for ROR. We're only asking for 22.5 dwelling units per acre. If you remember, I said at the beginning, Res 9 allows 20 units per acre. So when you think about, we're not doing 40, we're not doing 32, we're asking for 22.5 next to a future land use that allows up to 20. We're not asking for too much there. If you look at the intensity, ROR allows an intensity of 1. The Spring Hill Suites was approved at 0.75. We're asking for 0.12. We're not even scratching the surface of what could be requested on there. Our range of uses is consistent with the ROR. We comply with the Land Development Code. We're still an infill project. And I know that the board wants to see infill projects. You know, no matter what you do, right now the projections are Manatee County is going to keep getting 1,000 new residents every month. Now, it'll be higher and lower, but I'm just saying that the projection is 1,000 new residents a month. If you don't want them sprawling out east, then you have to try and find places like infill to put more and more people there. This is what this is. This project is on a major highway. It's not on a county road. And I-75 is almost, the intersection is almost complete. We do have an approved TIS. Our building height is limited to 6 stories and has to have all the setbacks associated with that. We are providing 30-foot landscape buffers. We're still providing our access. We are supported by the neighborhood of the west, and I think you received another email supporting this project last night, because I've seen a copy of it. So, you know, the only things we're asking is we're asking for the approval of our rezone, asking approval of our specific approval request. There is a stipulation that we'd like to have removed, and that is a stipulation was added. I've never actually seen it before, that said, bring back a PSP to the board. Bringing a PSP back to the board takes 12 months or longer. And we're providing bigger buffers. We're providing real low density and intensity. And I'm not sure that you gain anything by having this come back to you for a PSP approval. So we'd like to have that stipulation removed, because honestly, I've never seen it before, and just soon have it deleted from there. With that all said, thank you, and I'm here to answer questions. I know it was a bit of a long presentation. I apologize for that.
That's fine. More information is better. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. Oh, Bob, I appreciate all the information that you gave us and all the detailed information that you gave us to help us. This project makes sense to me. I mean, we have roads that are about completed, and what you're trying to put there, as I think is needed there, so definitely in favor of this. So I appreciate the detailed presentation. That helps a lot of us, you know, help us make decisions.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Commissioner Siddiq.
Perhaps a question to staff, but I'll start with the applicant. Was the, excuse me, was the question around the 68th Drive East addressed? So I know that there was obviously some of the adjacent property owners have an attorney, but their question, and I think there was a document attached to deed or some agreement about public access along 68th Drive East, so we just wanted to know where that was sitting.
I can tell you, my clients have been trying to meet with them, and there's been discussions about maybe adding a gate to keep people from going past the project into the development and having a shared use agreement or something. Well, actually, they already share the road. The stipulation says that we have to be sure that we have legal access to it, and I know my client has been working with them to see how they can work collaboratively. The truth is, my clients own the property for a long time. They have been trying to work collaboratively with Raintree Inlets actually for a long time. They want to work with them. As far as our primary access points are both going to come off of 301. That's how we meet our required second means of access. Another thing in the entrance rate criteria is technically we're required to take an access off of 68th to have an access point over there. So actually the code does require us to have some sort of access off of that, unless we ask for specific approval to not do that.
Okay. The other thing I do agree with is the LDC. I had in my notes here. 905.4. I can see why that would certainly get in the way of obviously that development, and perhaps I would certainly support working with staff to identify what works best for your site plan.
You're talking about for the trees?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
for the trees. Obviously, I'm for preservation of trees. Having that canopy is great. It's also good for energy use reduction. So, but it's all about what makes sense. So
Right,
I'd be
I
curious
agree.
to your staff's input on that 75% number, whether it requires, for example, an arborist to submit some paperwork to say, hey, this is
I'm an arborist.
sufficient. Okay, I got arborists in my family too, so I'm somewhat familiar with that. Still, yeah. But in any event, I would be curious what, it seems like a fairly, I guess I just want to hear from staff what's the history behind that, whether we do allow exceptions if there's paperwork submitted from, again, an arborist or someone else, and then if we can, maybe in the future, through a briefing, just have some discussion around whether that makes sense or not. But I would agree, at least for now, to defer that conversation for you to work with staff on that.
I will tell you that, if I can, Commissioner, that the criteria makes sense. The way it's written probably doesn't, and I'll explain why. I showed you the Ruby Tuesdays. You have trees that you're protecting that maybe you wouldn't choose to protect just because it's harder, and the goal is to try and preserve more trees. So it actually is forcing the applicant to try and think about it in how they design the site. And I will tell you, on this site, there's some trees, especially out towards the edges, that are worth saving. I'll tell you that there's some other trees that are maybe laurel oaks, are not great trees. Honestly, probably not worth saving. But working with staff and coming up with how that best works is better, in my opinion, and should be delegated to staff than you guys having to try and figure out what does or doesn't make sense without having the expertise. Maybe you do, but I mean, generally speaking, you don't.
Got it. That's all I had for now. Thank you.
Commissioner McCann.
I really appreciate you giving us the update on the roads being complete, but, not a very strong argument that 301 and 75 are going to be complete, and you're putting more cars on 75. When you get on 75 at certain times, you meet your neighbors and you got time to sell your car. So the thing is that it's one of those things where actually, I don't know if that's a good thing. As far as the access that goes with the neighborhood there, I understand you're trying to work with that. Is there an alternate point of access that you can make? Or do you have to have that road where, the neighbor is cooperating?
I'm not sure I understand. We have the two required access points provided on US Highway 301, but generally speaking, it's good to have a road connection. We have an easement. I mean, it's a shared road. We actually pay money to help maintain that road. So we're just saying we want to have some access to it, but we've also substantially reduced the intensity of the project to where we hope that it continues to be a collaborative working relationship with the neighbors.
Thank you.
All right. I just have one question, no one else on the board. This is more for clarification to figure out where your math came from. You started out by saying you're looking to build 250, plus the commercial and whatnot, but But you were saying you could build 239 right now. I think you specifically said you don't even have to come in here. You can just put a shovel in the ground.
Well, sort
Where
of
are you
would-
getting this math?
Okay, 6.7 acres, right? 32 units to
your
acres.
property.
It is controlled by the ROR, 32.
Today it's not controlled by that. You said
Yeah,
you
it
could build
is.
239 right now without even coming in here.
No,
That's a future
I mean,
land
what
use. That's
it's-
not a
it-
current
what's
land
it
use.
sort of entitled to? The ROR, the PDR is allowable density of the ROR. You're right, you could say no to that. But it does say that the ROR is what you can use to control density in the PDR. And the ROR says that you can have 32 dwelling units per acre, so 6.7 times 32, that's that one. A1 is 3.7 acres. You're only allowed 1 unit to the acre in the A1, so that's only 3 more. And then 1.3 acres is general commercial. That is also controlled by the ROR. So that goes 1.3 times 32. That's, add them all together, and I came up with 239. And my math may have been wrong, I don't think it was. But then if you took it to the mixed use, the ROR goes to 40. So I did the 6.7 times 40, that's, and the GC times 40. Don't change the A1, it's 1. And that's how I came up with the 299.
Okay.
That's how I came up
Okay,
with those numbers.
and that's fine. You answered my question. I just, you implied that you could just build this as of right and you could just go out and do 239, so you're really only asking for 11, but that's not actually true. You would have to come here, you couldn't come close to 239
Well,
today. You would still have to come in here and get approvals from this board on a
for the
discretionary
PDR,
basis to
you're
allow
right.
for that.
You,
Okay.
you may or may not agree to the 32 or the 40 on the PDR. You wouldn't necessarily have a lot of control over the GC or the A1 because those would be administratively approved.
Oh, don't bring up that can of worms again.
I'm not meaning to throw a can of worms, I'm just saying
Okay.
procedurally.
It was an honest question. You gave me an honest answer. That's what I was asking. I was playing with math. I didn't get to the same, but you answered my questions. I appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
All right.
I will now bring up staff.
CJ Mills with staff, and I've been sworn. I do have an update to the ordinance. There was an error, so if I can, I can pass this out to y'all. And this update was just an error in section 2, where it talks about the general development plan. It still said the 143,000 square feet there, instead of being revised to that 55,041. All right, again, my name is CJ Mills with staff, and I've been sworn. This is for Riverfront PDMU. I think we know where the location is at this point. A little bit of history that Mr. Goss went through. It was originally PLN 1806-0051, and it was last heard in front of the board on February 2nd, 2023. One of the biggest things that he did note is the change in the square footage requested. It went from 143,000 to 55,041. I think one of the reasons that he got this number is for the GC, the maximum FAR for the GC currently, which is that northeastern property. Also, they do have the proposed structure locations. Again, with the GDP, these are conceptual. These are not binding. And then we have the 3.7 acres, that's A1, 1.3, that is GC, and the 6.1, that's PDR. So the future land use category, ROR, it does allow for that 32 dwelling units per acre and then 40 with the density bonus. I would like to say that in the CEA and the CHHA overlays, you can only get a maximum of 9 dwelling units per acre. That being said, I believe there's, from just rough calculations, I think there's approximately roughly 3 acres that are in that CHHA overlay. They are proposing the 22.5 dwelling units per acre, and again, they have reduced that FAR substantially from 143,000 to 55,000. He did speak on the specific approvals, one of which is to be able to
negotiate with the 75% of all trees existing to remain, and the other is for that 6-foot solid wall on the eastern portion. You can see there that would be adjacent to the residential uses of rain tree. Again, these are going to be the overlays, the coastal planning area, and then the coastal high hazard area are there. Roughly, again, I think it's probably about 3 acres of the property that would be there. I do want to say, because of that, I do think that some of the numbers would be off on the total density allowed. If you have those 3 acres that are only 9, obviously it's 27. I do think that if you consolidated all of those dwelling units out of the coastal high hazard, it would still come out to, I think, 31.5 dwelling units per acre. So it still would be under that, the ROR's maximum threshold. Consistency with the comprehensive plan. Policy 2127, review all proposed development for compatibility and appropriate timing of development. Again, in the past, the locations of the buildings, specific uses and specific parking spaces, this is all conceptual. And staff does not necessarily think the proposed density or intensity can be appropriate with transition from the single-family residential to the east and then the residential to the west. Policy 2124 speaks to limit urban sprawl through consideration of new development and redevelopment when deemed compatible with existing and future development. Again, staff does not find the proposed development compatible with the surrounding areas and has concerns with the proposed building height and placement. And one of the most important things I would say is per LDC section 320.2.a, if the board finds that the general development plan is insufficient for the review criteria and compatibility, a preliminary site plan can be requested to be presented in front of the board. Last time on February 2nd, 2023, I believe it was Mr. Vogler that was with them, stated that they would return with a preliminary site plan, so further review for compatibility and consistency can be done. So I'll go into the positive and negative aspects. These are not the full list, but I think they're the most important ones on there. Positive is that it is within the ROR's future range of potential uses. Density intensity is less than the maximum permitted. It does have access to public transit. There are no state or federally listed species on site. And finally, that 30-foot greenbelt buffer that they're proposing to the east and west is more than the minimum required. Now, some of the negative factors is again, as I stated, the GDP doesn't adequately show the arrangement of uses related to parking, internal traffic circulation, and building location. The 6-story height does not appear to be consistent with the characteristics of the area, and staff has some concerns with that. Parking calculations and potential parking locations cannot be calculated with the GDP. Applicants, in staff's opinion, the applicant has failed to meet its burden of proof to show consistency with the comprehensive plan and compatibility with the surrounding residential uses. This segment of US 301 is failing under current conditions per the transportation information. Insufficient information was proposed for the 80 slip marina, and also, again, did not return with the PSP that was previously requested. Now, one of those mitigating measures is the stipulation of A1 to return to the board with a preliminary site plan for further review with more detailed areas of proposed uses and buildings. And in conclusion, staff does not find the information provided sufficient to provide consistency with the comprehensive plan. And I will be here if you have any questions.
All right, we have a couple of commissioners on the board, most likely to ask you questions. Commissioner Ballard?
So I do have a couple of questions. The first one is about the potential marina. How much information do we have about that? Do we have any information on potential impacts to manatees, to seagrass, to our bivalve populations? Anything about those issues?
So for that question, I will defer to Kara with environmental.
Good afternoon. Kara Koenig for staff. I have been sworn. I know they have their environmental consultant here who can speak to that, but no, we were not provided the same analysis that we have for other projects along the Manatee River with respect to the marina and impacts on manatees.
I would, that's definitely information that I would like to see before I'd feel comfortable moving forward. Additionally, the board did ask for that preliminary site plan. I'm not sure why we don't see it today. I'm also concerned with traffic impacts, given the fact that we do have a failing portion of 301 there. Thank you.
Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we can go back in the presentation a bit, that's okay. I can see it at least. So 2.1.24, and then what was the other policy before that? 2.7, okay. Yeah, I just think as a board, we'll have to have a discussion on these policies, perhaps others, just because we're going to see these, as we've seen with our earlier discussions around the platting process in districts 1 and 5, you see a lot, we're going to see a lot more of the negative, a lot more bullet points in the negative column, just because we have some of these policies that perhaps we do need to revisit, perhaps we just need to redraw the lines or reevaluate some of them, especially in the infill locations that we want to see happen. Otherwise, we'll just continue to hold up mixed-use developments. I do share your concerns about the marina. I think the answer is we will see potentially more boat strikes for manatees. I mean, it's just like adding more cars in the road. When you add more boats in the river, you will increase that potential for it. That's just something we have to be mindful of. I don't think we can really change that. So that's the impact.
Sounds like a true boat ramp.
I like manatees too. But I think that's really the impact. I'm not sure if we'll necessarily need a study or anything along those lines, but that it's certainly a concern. I'm not really sure if there's much of any seagrass out there. I know that's generally been the concern for any place where we add a boat ramp or more boating facilities, but I'd have to imagine it's minimal out there just based on conversations I've had with natural resources. But again, I do share those concerns. Yeah, I'm just concerned about the marina, whether it's public, private. I assume it's private, and what amenities would be there, but I'm not necessarily opposed to having one there. As far as the 301 section's concerned, yeah, what do we do? Advocate to FDOT about that? That's just something we would have to wait and see what would happen there. Yeah, can we go to 2124, actually? Yeah, I think this will also have to be a broader conversation with our board. I think infill inherently means we're going to see new developments come in the urban core. Well, I don't want to say urban core, that's more of an amorphous thing, but generally you will see single-family residences come up against rezone applications and development applications, just because typically that's where you see infill and where it makes sense. You see this, I think we've already seen it. We will see more of it, especially downtown, where we'll just have more and more of these coming. And I think as a board, we'll have to determine what our policy will look like, especially 2124. And having lived in communities where, rightfully so, there was real concern over having large multi-story buildings. Actually, I've dealt with even taller than 3-4 stories. That is a valid concern for single-family homes and residences. But at the same time, that's where the market's kind of going. So we just have to find a better balance for 2124 and relevant codes in our LDC to figure out what makes sense. What can we do to protect private property rights for those neighborhoods, whether it's up in Palmetto or East Bradenton, downtown Bradenton. Setbacks, I'd be curious to hear in the future what staff's recommendations would be, whether that makes sense. But more of a comment for us as a board, if we don't discuss this now, we're just going to continue to hold up mixed-use developments. And I'm not saying that this is, it's just something we'll need to review in the future, because I just see this coming up more and more in the future for mixed-use developments that are coming into areas that are single-family or at least adjacent to single-family. But other than that, I don't have any more questions. I don't have any comments. Or
None of those were questions.
Well, discussion with the board.
We're not done yet. Any questions for the applicant? Or, sorry, questions for staff? Commissioner McCann.
No, I can wait for questions. I just want to make a comment.
Question, Commissioner Beard?
Why don't we have a a report in regards to environmental factors on the area, and also with manatees and things of that nature.
Kara Koenig for staff again. I do want to state, they mentioned that the proposed marina may affect manatees. What we don't have in the staff report or the environmental report that we've had for similar projects is the estimated number of proposed boats that will traverse the marina on a daily basis. So they do address manatees, stating that the project may affect, but we don't have that additional information that we've had for other projects.
But typically, we would have that additional information, correct, on maybe a similar project such as this?
Yes, we've requested it on similar projects.
But we don't have it on this project.
Correct.
So why wasn't that information requested?
The information was requested, but I don't want to speak for management, but to my knowledge, the applicant requested to move forward to the board.
Who made that decision?
I think they're able to request that of staff, to my
So
knowledge.
my question is why? Why on this particular project did we decide to move forward to bring it up to the board when others, you asked for that information and was able to obtain that information?
Commissioner, if I could, we have a requirement of required documents, so it's not that it wasn't requested. At some point during the review process, so the applicant has the right to say, I'm done with the review process and I want to insist that I go to the board. And I'm not sure if that's what's happened here or not. It has happened here. So we bring forth to you what we have and then give our professional opinion on whether or not it's consistent and compliant with the comp planning code.
And so my question to you, Bob, is if the staff asked you for that information, why wasn't that information provided?
Generally speaking, Commissioner, when you are doing a general development plan and you're attempting to get permission to even have it allowable to consider it at a location, you're not really doing the full environmental assessment of a marina. The marina, to be built, first you have to agree that this is an area of the river that maybe a marina could go. But then they'll have to go through the Army Corps of Engineers and the DEP, and they'll have to do benthic studies, bathymetric surveys, seagrass studies. They'll have to do all sorts of additional studies to satisfy both the state and the federal government. Now, I've got Joel here, he can address this, but I mean, just saying, there's a lot of effort that goes into being able to do it before you have any hope of doing it. But before you go through all of that extra effort, you have to find out if the commission is even willing to consider the possibility of a marina in here. It doesn't mean we can build it. It means that we can at least ask the federal government and the state government to allow us to build it, because they actually are in charge of whether a marina can or can't be built. But first you have to make sure it's allowed to be requested. If you want more, I can have Joel get up.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I'm sorry. I understand your statement, but my question would be, why would you risk it for a denial upon this board and not get that information?
Honestly, the board didn't focus on that before, so it wasn't an issue that was really at front and center as an issue from the board.
Got it. Okay. All right. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? If not, I will go to public comment. Is there anybody here? I have one. I have Patty on the board. Do you have a letter for 10 minutes, I'm assuming? All right, you will have 10 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Petra. I am a resident of Manatee County. I am a land use attorney. For those of you I haven't met that just won an election, congratulations. I applaud your willingness to serve your fellow citizens. What is before you today, I think, is going to be perhaps a decision you're going to have to work through. I don't want to say it's going to be difficult or not difficult. Your staff did a wonderful job of making its presentation. I hope you actually read the entire staff report. because it's a good one. They really set forth the history and what has happened on this property. This is the 6th time I have been before an appointed or an elected board on this project. You know, and I understand a lot of the reasons why, but as a lawyer who is representing citizens, this has caused a hardship for those property owners because they have paid me money every time I've been here. And this should have been decided a long time ago. The public notice, when it was initially sent, it was incorrect. It had to be corrected. Everybody received it on January 2nd or thereabouts, which meant there were only 6 business days for my people and me to get with the applicants to figure out what was changed, what happened to this project, and then to get back to my HOA, Homeowners Association, to determine what their issues might still be. Yeah, I will tell you that I did meet with the applicant on last Thursday. I had a nice meeting with them, but all of the issues are not solved. 68th Drive East is a private street. The easement that is in your package only allows that private street to be used for the 1.3 acre parcel zoned GC. We have not, or I have not come to any kind of agreement with the applicant to make sure the other 250 units don't have access to and from 68th Drive East. They have no right to access to that drive, only the GC parcel. So we have talked about options. One of them is to make that a one-way in and block it for people trying to do cut-through to go to 68th. Another option that I suggested to them is to vacate the easement so they have no use of 68th Drive East except for maybe emergency access. So we haven't worked that out. I will say some positive changes, 9 stories to 6 stories, improvement. Not using the FPL site, the site owned by FPL for their open space, improvement. The stair step, or what we call wedding cake design of the building, that's good, but there's no stipulation to require that. So I think, as some of the commissioners in the past have said, it's a pretty picture. It's a pretty picture. Whoever buys this property, and they're just trying to get it entitled, I know that, you know that, it will be sold. Whoever buys this property doesn't have to do the wedding cake design. If they do just a, rectangular 6-story building, they might have to move it back a couple more feet, but it will be a very big 6-story building. I would also say that I do appreciate that there was a note 28 on the general development plan that noted that it was a private street. One of the other issues that is detailed in the plans, the utilities are private. That hasn't been worked out. I guess I'd like to ask the applicant whether or not they're going to bring their utilities in from their main access road, because the utilities currently going down 68th Drive East are private. They're not, I understand they're not county-owned, is what I'm being told. And maybe Denise or somebody can check that. I got that information this morning. I'm not going to say whether or not it is completely accurate because I didn't have time to check it. We are concerned the canal, the seawalls on the applicant's property have been in disrepair for several years. The canal is almost non-navigable. I have also asked the applicant to replace the seawall, dredge the canal, because it has now caused a hardship for my clients who live on that canal. The 80 slip marina is an issue because of the uncertainty about it all. It is listed in the documents as public, not private. Public marina brings different kind of traffic to the site, and that's a concern. If you looked at your site plan, you will see that the dock master's facility, which is a 2-story facility, is closest to the single-family residential housing across the canal, to my clients' properties. They have 1,200 feet, more or less, 1,200 feet of frontage. They can move that facility so it has more impact on their development and not my clients' single-family homes. We're also concerned if it's a private marina, it may or may not have gas pumps, it may or may not have pump-out facilities. There are certain things if you have a private marina versus a public marina. A public marina will have all those things. Here is a drawing of what was put in the record last time. What is on your plan now is a very different view of the marina. It's just 3 straight piers. So again, we don't even know the shape of the marina and how close it will be to my client's riparian rights, where the channel will be, those kind of things. Those are all issues with respect to an 80 slip marina. And I understand they have to have a lot more permitting before they can build that marina. I get that. But it would have been helpful if we knew a little bit more about that issue and if there was some certainty. When you look at the site plan that they showed, it doesn't even look like a marina. It just looks like 3 piers coming off the property, which makes no sense to me. And somebody would have to pull out that slide that everybody used. Some of the things, if possible, we'd like the stipulation that the preliminary site plan comes back because that gives my client some certainty, because it's very, very difficult to monitor a project once it's at the staff level. It's almost impossible. And I've been doing this for 46 years. It is even hard for me. So it's very difficult to keep going back to staff, going, has something been submitted? Where is it in the process? What kind of input can I have for that? We are not against this development. We're not against it. We just wish we had more time to work with the applicant. And I know some of the residents are here and they probably have other issues that concern them. All things being equal, this is an infill property. The decision that 32 units per acre was a good option for infill properties really kind of begs the question of what were you thinking when you're trying to put 32 units next to 4.5 or 3.8 or whatever single-family neighborhoods might be around wherever these infill properties are. That's a really high density. That's a high density. Nevertheless, it is appropriate to be developed. At one point, they asked for a rooftop bar and restaurant. I'm told that's off the table, but a stipulation for that would be nice if it's off the table. In closing, I respectfully request that you give this project a lot of thought before you make your decision. Look at your staff report, ask a lot of questions. My clients are not against development, but we do still have questions about the project.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just had a little scrivener's comment. Ms. Petra, when you refer to FPL, you mean FDOT pond? Just
Yeah,
for the
I'm
record?
sorry, the FDOT pond, that was included, is no longer included as the open space.
Okay, and also, can you state whether you've been sworn? I might have missed it.
Yes, I missed that part. Yes, I have been, oh, wait a minute, I was not sworn, I came late.
Can
I'm
you
so
get
sorry.
the oath and then incorporate
Nope,
your
you gotta
comments?
start
Yes.
over.
No, I'm not starting. You don't want me to start over. Where's that person?
Yeah, I'll bring it up. Just look at the oath first.
I do.
And then the housekeeping measure, if you can give your authorization of group representation to the clerk
Yes, I will.
for the record. Thank you.
And the original one is still on file. It was included in all of the agenda packages, but I have a new one, too.
Yeah, thank you. I have no one else signed in for public comment, but I see 4 people there, and you're not here about vending trucks, so I'm assuming you're here to speak on this matter. So, have you all been sworn? Okay. So, state your name, county residence, and that you've been sworn. You have
My
5
name
minutes.
is Susan Hubbard. I have been sworn, and I am a Manatee County resident. And I need my glasses to see. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I'm the current president of Raintree Inlet Homeowners Association. One point I'd like to make, Mr. Gauze indicated they've tried to communicate with us, and I've been the president for a year. The previous president was there for a year, and nobody's been in contact with us. This is the 6th hearing, as Patricia said. We've had regards to the zoning. We want it developed responsibly based on the surrounding communities, which are all residential. There's a few points I'd like you to consider. The current homeowners of the property have dragged out the cost of our HOA thousands of dollars. They haven't followed through on recommendations from staff, from the Planning Department, Planning Commission, County Commission, which was the last meeting, which is the reason we continue this for several years. The number of units proposed will cripple entering and exiting 68th Drive East, which is a private road the HOA maintains. I understand they've added a second egress into the property. However, any direct access from the development, not the 1.3 acres, will make it impossible for us to enter and exit our community. It currently takes 30 minutes in the morning to get from our neighborhood, which we turn left onto 301, to I-75, and it's 1 mile. That's during normal rush hour traffic. The completion of I-75 won't ease this. As we all know, Parrish's zip code is one of the highest, fastest growing in the country. The water and gravity sewer that they've referenced on page 13, as Patricia mentioned, it's private. We maintain it. I can tell you, I just dealt with the county over this, so it is private. The height of their proposed plan does not match the surrounding properties, which are 4 stories at the highest, and we are opposed to the marina. We haven't been given detail on it. It's going to change our community's way of life if it's a public marina. We're a 19-lot community. We have, we're on the river, we're on the canal, and it will be a great disruption to our way of life. Again, we're not opposed to development at all. We just want it done respectfully based on the surrounding residential communities. And please understand that we're a private community. We pay for our road, we maintain it, we maintain all our utilities, and this would affect us greatly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and give public comment? Seeing no one, I will close public comment. Anyone up here have any questions for applicant, staff? Ms. Petra, anyone? Did you have any questions for applicant or staff or, no? Okay. Then I will go to staff for any closing comments.
Denise Greer for staff. Just before CJ gets up, I can confirm that the utilities on 68th Drive East, they are private, so we would not allow this development to tie into those.
You mean before the vote?
Good morning, Rosina Leider by the staff, and it has been sworn. I would like to point out, clarify some information that the applicant provide. The applicant says that has been approved 2 buildings with 6 floors for hotels in the nearby area. That is true. However, these buildings are not located to any adjacent established residential area, and also were presented in front of the board with preliminary site plans in order that the board can evaluate the impact of this building in the surrounding area. For that reason, staff was requesting, in addition, that the project come back with a preliminary site plan that the board can evaluate it and staff can evaluate it, the real impacts in the residential community and in the area. This was the reason for the stipulation. The applicant, in addition to the 250 residential units, is asking for 80 boat marina. And I, as a planner with 45 years of experience, believe that could be a great project, a great facility for the community. However, staff doesn't have the elements to evaluate potential impacts with the marina, with the high, with the location of parking areas, because only the 250 units gonna require at least 450 parking spaces. If you have a public marina, they're gonna create additional requirements for parkings, additional requirements for people going in and out of the facility with cars, parking for the boats, parking for the cars that visit the site. It's the only that I want to say, clarification.
I just one question for Rosina, perhaps. It was stated that, or it is in the record here, the staff report indicates the last time this project was heard by the Plan Commission was October in 2022. Is there a reason why this plan today wasn't heard by the Plan Commission in 2025 or 2024?
No, the applicant requested to go back to the board, and we follow the applicant request.
Okay, thank you.
However, the applicant is reducing the previous entitlement that they were asking. I don't know if that helped.
Okay, applicant, wait, I'm sorry, did you have more, CJ? No, okay.
Thank you, Bob Costa. I've still been sworn. If I can, there's been several different issues brought up, but I'd like to go ahead and let Joel talk a little bit about the dock issue. He can start, and then I can have Michael maybe talk a little bit about the traffic issue, and then I can kind of close it. So.
Hello, my name is Joel Christian. I'm a senior environmental scientist with Ardura in Palmetto, and I have been sworn. I'm the environmental consultant for this particular project. So what the request is, we're asking for the allowance of up to 80 docks, slips within a marina. The bulk of that is going to be determined through DEP and Army Corps of Engineers permitting. How many can we get in there? We know we can't get more than 80, so likely we may get less. So that's why we're asking for it at this point during the general development plan time frame. So we know there's adequate water depth out there based primarily on nav charts. We've done some previous studies out there on depths. We can look at the surrounding properties that have boat docks. We can see where those terminate. We know that boat docks are typically permitted to where they have water depth. So we know it's not significantly beyond there. We know the width of the water body. We know we can't extend more than 25% of the navigable water body. So those are all constraints that will have to be addressed when we get to final design. In regards to manatee protection, we've provided the information that's required by your comprehensive plan and your land development code in regards to marinas. Your comprehensive plan and your land development code defer to the state and the federal agencies that are responsible for those listed species. So we understand that there's going to be it may affect them. That's a kind of a industry specific term, may affect, which opens a bunch of other things. This marina will have to go through, this is on the land, so everywhere below the mean high water within this water body is owned by the state of Florida. So they make those determinations of what's going to happen. That's going to be under their jurisdiction. In addition, this is a navigable water body. We're putting potential impairments within the navigable water body. We're doing things within a navigable water body, which is regulated by the Army Corps of Engineers. So we have to go through that permitting. As part of both of those permitting processes, the DEP will coordinate and require us to coordinate with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. The Army Corps of Engineers will require us to go through a consultation process with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which will include potential impacts to manatees. We will have to do that before we can build anything waterward of the mean high water line. That has to be done. Whether you approve 60 or 80 or 100, whatever that number is, we still have to go through that process, and that's what's going to determine what that final number. We know it's not going to be more than 80 if approved by this board, but we don't want to know what that number is less than 80. But believe me, this will go through plenty of review processes and consultations with the required people that regulate listed species, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. That has to be done before anything can be placed in the water. I don't know if anybody has any questions about what's required by your comprehensive planning code, but we provided that information. It's listed out in the environmental report. You can pull off your agenda. You can go down and you can look through the list of items that are required to be submitted, and you can see our responses to each in there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I'll be quick. On traffic, we did submit a TIS. We do show that with the existing traffic that is out there, the US 301 operates acceptable level of service. We did show that the vested traffic does push it slightly over the adopted level of service based on generalized tables. We did do a detailed arterial analysis to show that the segmented 301 will work with acceptable level of service with the vested trips and with the project trips. So it does operate acceptable level of service based on a detailed arterial analysis. This has been reviewed by staff and is part of the accepted TIS. We have also had meetings with DOT on access. We do meet the access spacing criteria for both the directional left in, right out at the main entrance, and then a secondary right in, right out between 68th and the main driveway. So I'll turn it over to Bob to finish up.
Thank you, Michael. And just try and touch on a few things. The comments that were made by different people, talk about the 6-story height and, not having enough information to evaluate that. I talked about how the code changed to where for every floor over 3, you have to keep getting further back. And I used the Springfield suites as an example of that one is next to a single-story mobile home park, which we're also next to. The difference between us and that one is that 6-story hotel building is 51 feet from the property line. That's the setback on it. Ours will be a minimum, if we do that same building on our site, it will be a minimum of 80 feet from that property line. So we will already, just by what we're agreeing to, be, almost 30 feet further from the property line from either side than what that 6-story building was. And that's the reason I threw it in there, so you can kind of see. It's about zoning, actually, in the review, apparently. But if you talk about compatibility, if 6 stories, 51 feet from single family is okay, then why wouldn't it be okay 80 feet? And actually, from Raintree Inlet, add another 40 feet because that canal is about 40 feet wide, so now it's about 120 feet from it. We heard about, heard the infill come up again. And again, that goes to that comment I made earlier, 1,000 residents a month projected to keep coming into Manatee County. Actually, a couple of years ago, it was more like, more than that. It was about, I think 15 or 16,000 people moved into Manatee County. But They're gonna go somewhere. You know, we always say as planners, you don't stop growth, you manage growth. You try and put it where you think you'd want. And so the question becomes, do you think it's appropriate to allow 22.5 units to acre to be located where you have major highway intersections as opposed to perhaps further out east or somewhere else where maybe, you know, it's further out there. And so you kind of have to make decisions. And as a board, I think you kind of indicated that you would like to keep density moved into the areas where you have utilities, which, by the way, utilities. You have utilities on 301. We understand we can't tie into the utilities on 68. You do have county utilities adjacent to the site, so that's really not an issue. And I heard the comment made about, you know, parking. If you have 250 units, then you got to have this many parking spaces. And then if you add the marina, you need more. Well, the reality is, we've never said we're building all of it. And quite frankly, one of the reasons that we dropped the non-residential is because it was so hard to make people understand. And it goes to how you calculate. If we build a 250-unit building, whatever, for 250 units of residential units, that's calculated as density, and it works out to 22.5. If you did a 250-room hotel, you would calculate it by square footage. It would no longer be density, it would be intensity. So you have to factor it differently. So we were never looking at it saying, well, we're going to build 250 units and we're going to build 143 square feet of non-residential and we're going to build an 80-slip marina. It was never that it was, can we build up to 143,000 square feet? And now we've dropped it. Now we've said, can we build up to 55,000 square feet of non-residential? Can we build up to 250 residential units? Can we build up to an 80-slip marina? It doesn't mean that all of that will happen. It means that we can't even ask to do it if we don't get the GDP approved. So that's what that's about. And, you know, and the process is what the process is. We didn't say we wouldn't go back to Planning Commission. We just said, how is this going? We weren't sure if this was going to Planning Commission and then to you, if it was going directly to you. Staff said it was going directly to you. And we said, we're okay with that. And so that's what we're doing. So it's not we said we wouldn't go back to Planning Commission. We just didn't know which way we were coming back to. We just knew the board said, come on back to us. So, and then the last thing, again, I just want to remind you, it's not that we refused to bring back a preliminary site plan level. We were told that unless we were to withdraw and restart the whole process, we could not bring you the preliminary site plan level of information. And I think Denise can confirm that, because that's actually, and that takes us to a much longer process. So that was the idea on that. So anyway, if you have any questions, I'm happy to continue trying to, I know that you're probably all hungry right now, so. George, Commissioner Cruz, you look like you're ready to go.
I always look like I'm ready to go. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I've got 2 commissioners on the board so far. Commissioner McCann.
Is this for comments? I don't have any specific
Yeah, we're
questions.
done. It's deliberation and vote.
Okay, I just wanted to say thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was very informative, very comprehensive. You know, what I took from that, and I just want to make this as a comment, infill, limit urban sprawl, more time, manage growth. And if you look at today's agenda, everything on there is in District 1 and District 5. So, again, these are things that I want to look at. Infill, limit urban sprawl, more time, manage growth. Thank you.
Very cryptic. Commissioner Feltz.
Well, this is another one, again, in my district. And I'm kind of familiar with it from many times that this has come up. We were all trying to do a really good job here of presenting both sides of this, and this has been a little plot of land that's been up and about for a while here, and both sides have done a great job of doing this. But I think we still have some work to do, both with the applicant and with their surrounding community. I know what it takes for, if people work hard enough at it, and it seems like you have gone through various stages with your community and working on some compromises, but when people come down here, when people hire a lawyer to represent them, they're pretty serious about something. And I've looked at this from the staff's presentation. There's a lot more negatives from the staff than the positives on it. So it's been a great shot. I think there's a great potential for this, but I think we still have to get back to the drawing board. There's just too much question, again, public-private, boat slips, the height of the building, the density, the traffic, we're still not good there, but it sounds like you guys really want to work something out. So close but no banana, but there's just too much with this for me to feel really good about it right now.
Thank you. I have no one else on board. Anyone else looking to make comments? If not, then I will, we don't have a motion on the board. Yeah, I'll give my opinion since I've been here for previous versions of this. Look, this is an interesting project. Don't get me wrong. I like using our waterways efficiently and creatively, and I think that's important, and I think there's value in that, as you obviously see. But it still has to be done thoughtfully. Anytime somebody comes with a meaningful change compared to their neighbors, I've pretty consistently said, I need more detail. We had this out on Elcon with a project, came back twice, and both times. I wasn't against the project, I was against the procedure and how the project came about. And we talk about infill all the time, and I beat that drum as much, if not more than anybody, but just because something is surrounded by other things doesn't inherently make it infill, and just because you put something between two other things doesn't inherently mean that it qualifies as some like good-natured attempt at avoiding sprawl. There's a time and place for infill and an amount of infill that's reasonable. This infill is quirky because you're not starting a trend. You're almost the trend. I mean, there's only so much space east and west of this. You go a little bit to the west, you're going to hit the hotel, and then you're going to hit the interstate. You go a little to the east, you're going to hit Dayspring. This isn't the start of creating downtown, Las Olas and Fort Lauderdale here. You're building a building, and it's going to be surrounded by single-story mobile home parks for the foreseeable future. And we're doing this under the guise of ROR, and I think this is important. Previous boards for decade plus have hung their hat on the future land use map and said, well, it's future land use, and so therefore they inherently, and this is almost implied at the beginning of this presentation, that you inherently have a right to use it, ignoring the word future being a non-defined term, saying at some point in the future, you have a right to build up to what a future land use zoning classification is, but that doesn't always mean that all of those future land use rights are vested immediately today to the fullest extent of what a map colored in 30 years ago says, especially these broad ones, these RORs and these UF3s that basically you can do everything from put up car dealership in front of a subdivision to building a massive apartment complex with a marina and everything in between. So, boards need to be considerate of trends. We need to be considerate of surrounding neighborhoods. We need to be considerate of just because you can build something doesn't mean you should build something today. I like this land. I think something could and should be built on it. I don't think you know what you want to build on it. I truly think, and I may be wrong, that there's a lack of information on purpose because you're trying to sell the sizzle on somebody else building something, and you don't want to commit anybody to something because that puts them in a bad position. We see that a lot. I'm not faulting you for it. It's pretty common. But to come in here and be like, I want 80 boat ramp slips and a marina, and who knows if it's going to be public or private, and let somebody else deal with that. I hate letting somebody else deal with it. The best time to deal with it is now. Otherwise, we run into these questions about plats and other things down the road, and everyone says, why didn't you deal with it before? It's like, well, this is when you're supposed to deal with it. This is just looking for maximum density and maximum approval rights so somebody else can build something. And I got to deal with somebody else, and you may be the greatest people in the world, but I don't know who you're going to sell it to. It could be a very unscrupulous person. I do not like approving massive increases in density and approval rights this broad in scope without minimum information, and I do not believe, and I do not believe staff believes, that we've even been given the absolute bare minimum, to a point where things have been refused to be provided for the sole intent of not committing anything within this application to tie anybody to anything in the future other than a very broad-reaching set of approvals to maximize the value of this property. So I'm not against you building on it. I hope you come back with exactly 250 units and exactly 80 marina slips, exactly 50,000 square feet of commercial, and tell me exactly what you're gonna do with it and why it makes 100% sense, and I will be on board. But today, I simply do not have enough information to say yes, so therefore my default has to be to say no. That said, I have nobody else on the board, and I am entertaining motions in either direction. I have nothing right now. If somebody
Motion to
wants-
deny.
Okay, I have a motion to deny this request by Commissioner Ballard. I'm gonna need a new motion up on this board.
And, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
to
ma'am?
clarify the motion for denial, if that, is made and seconded, then it would also be with direction given to staff in conjunction with the county attorney's office to bring back findings for denial at your next regular land use meeting, February 6, 2025.
What she says.
Yes.
Okay, so I have a motion to deny by Commissioner Ballard. I have a second by anyone? Commissioner McCann jumped ahead of you. You gotta be quicker these days. Phelps somehow jumped Ballard. Oh,
You-
wow, man.
Yeah.
Sketchy.
So I,
This motion to deny was by Commissioner Ballard. It was seconded by Commissioner McCann. There's nobody on the board. I try to staring at you. Okay, the motion's on the floor. We could talk about that after. Everyone cast your votes now. Remind you that a vote in favor is a vote in denial. And that is approved unanimously, 7-0 to deny. We basically have two things left. They're both internal, they're both legislative. These shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. I'm not going to recess for lunch for an hour. I can bang through them as quick as you guys will let me bang through them. Number 13. Go ahead. Just go.
It'll take me longer to read it.
These really are super
Yeah.
fast. And to be fair, both these are first hearings.
Correct.
Both of these are going to come back to us in February.
Yep. So item number 13, no action requested today, is LDCT 2402, ordinance 2511, amending the Land Development Code, Chapter 2 definitions, Chapter 4 zoning, Chapter 5 standards of accessory and specific uses, Chapter 10 transportation management, to define the use of mobile vending and add mobile vending units as an accessory and temporary use, to add mobile vending parks as a use in specified zoning districts, to set forth specific use criteria for the mobile vending units and mobile vending parks and applicable park standards. And the staff presenter is Rachel Layton.
Hold on, real quick. Just to let the board know, because I know some people do have commitments for lunches and things like that. These are literally two quick presentations we've already been briefed on, and then two votes simply to hold a second hearing. So if somebody does have to race someplace for lunch, I completely understand. We don't need a full board just to vote on continuance, if you so choose and you have something else to do. Go ahead.
Thank you. Rachel Layton for staff, and I've been sworn, but I don't know that I need it for legislative. So this first ordinance is LDCT 2402, ordinance 2511. This is mobile vending. So this is the companion to what we did last year for food trucks. This is a county-initiated text amendment to provide general mobile vending uses, for example, non-food related, as recognized within the Land Development Code. Land Development Code
Rachel,
text.
can I
Yes.
interrupt you? I'd like to ask if the board would actually like a full presentation. I can hear them saying up here they've been fully briefed.
Yeah, I mean, we have all been briefed on this. I understand there's a benefit to the public by presenting this as well. This information is online, and we can do a full presentation at the next hearing as well. And this information is, again, available online that people can review ahead of time. I don't know if anyone needs one, but we'll happily have one if anybody wants one. Nope, we're good.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
And there's no motion, right? So we can just move
Correct.
on number 14.
Move on to number 14.
Item number 14, again, no action, LDCT 2404, ordinance 2512. This is also a county-initiated land development code text amendment, and it's to address several amendments in Chapter 10 regarding transportation management, regarding updating references and scrivener's errors, provide clarification. Several sections in chapters, section 1001, 1002, 1005. Again, to summarize, updating references, address scrivener's error, and provide clarification throughout.
Anyone want to hear about this one? We're good.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it, Rachel. Excellent work. All right, number 15 and 16, we have to open up separate.
Mr.
These
Chair,
do require votes.
did we ask for
Yes.
public comment on?
We didn't, there was no action. I'll take public comment on these next. Do you want public comment on?
Yes, please.
All right. I will open it up to public comment on the presentation you did not hear. Anyone want to comment on that? Anyone on the phone want to comment on that?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, then. I will also, just so I don't get yelled at, open up public comment for item number 14 on the vendors. Anyone? Anyone on the phone on that one?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, then. I'm closing public comment on both of them and moving on to item number 15.
Item number 15 is LDC 2402, ordinance 2511. This is a request to hold a second hearing prior to 5 p.m. for the county-initiated land development code text amendment regarding mobile vending.
All right. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Sadiq. I will open this for public comment. Anyone? Anyone on the phones?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, I will close public comment. You can cast your vote now. That is approved unanimously, 7-0. Moving on to the last one, number 16.
Item 16 is LDCT 2404, ordinance 2512. This, too, is a request to hold a second public hearing prior to 5 p.m. for the county-initiated land development code text amendments regarding Chapter 10 general cleanup.
All right, anyone have any comments on this one? Nope. Any public comment? Seeing none. Anybody on the phone?
No callers.
I'm closing public comment. You can cast your vote now. And that also passes unanimously, 7-0. Ms. Shank, do you have any comments? No comments. Ms. Knapp?
No, Mr. Chair.
Anyone on the board? Commissioner Feltz? Commissioner Ron? Commissioner Sadiq? Commissioner McCann?
I want a food truck.
Commissioner McCann would like a food truck. Please put that in the record. All right. Commissioner Ballard? Nothing. Commissioner Reardon? All right, then we are adjourned.